All right, everybody, how you doing? It's News Debate. I am Lee. Great to be with you. Great to have already a few familiar faces over on Twitter Spaces. I want to say hi to Apostate Nate and Shannon, two of my supporters over on patreon.com/NEWZ debate. That's patreon.com/news debates. So they'll be my constant co-hosts. Also, friend of the show, Better Call Sal, who is listening from Ireland. It's always great to get an international perspective. Also live over on Stereo, taking your voice messages. And a Patreon supporter, Bjorn, joins us on Stereo, as he sometimes does. We'll also hear from him. And we're live out on rumble.com/user/NEWZ debate and also twitch.tv/NEWZ debate. It's News Debates. We have a special show here. Apostate Nate requested a show that's a great idea. Never thought I would do this specific topic, and that's why I try to take Patreon and just people who invest their time in the show, their suggestions very seriously. And Nate said, "Oh, hey, it's Glenn, another Patreon supporter, joining us over on Twitter Spaces. Request to speak, Glenn." Apostate Nate said, "Hey, Lee, Donald Trump's going to be president here soon." Oh yes, yeah, that's right, Apostate Nate. Don't don't remind me of that. Wouldn't it be fun if we talked about all the crazy things he's promised and whether or not that's going to be the reality once he gets into the White House for the second time? That's a really intriguing idea. Is he going to keep the big promises? Is he going to keep almost no promises? Somewhere in the middle, both some big and some small? I have a poll over on Stereo, as I often do. Mostly yes or mostly no. I think technically I would choose mostly no, because he's made so many promises and he's made contradicting promises. But if we talk about the big ones, mass deportations, tariffs, things like that, I think the answer probably is mostly yes. But if we try to count the entirety of the promises, including the ones that are contradicting, truthfully, it's mostly no. But in the spirit of the question, so the spirit of the law rather than the actual word for word legality of the law, I would say mostly yes, he's going to try to keep those promises. And I say try because it may be very difficult to deport millions of people from the United States. It may be very difficult to somehow take control of Greenland or the Panama Canal, right? So I think he'll try. Will he accomplish these things? Okay, we can have that discussion. But I think the big ones, he's not going to forget those. Call me crazy. Want to hear from you. It's News Debate. I'm Lee. We got Apostate Nate. We have Shannon. Someone's requesting to speak over on Twitter. I'll get to you in a moment. But let's hear from Apostate Nate. Apostate Nate, you said, Lee, let's talk about this. Why was this something you wanted to discuss? And thanks for the idea.
Yeah, and thank you, Lee. I appreciate it. One of the many benefits I get for being a Patreon, of course, is to give some input on the topics. So I do appreciate that. I'm probably not going to do it too much, but as things occur to me, and why do I think this is fascinating? I think we're looking at some of the biggest, boldest, and in many ways, some of the most outrageous campaign promises this country has ever seen. And for that reason alone, I mean, we're talking mass deportations. We're talking about executive orders eliminating some of the major alphabet agencies, particularly ones established by FDR during the New Deal. Also later, the Department of Education established under Ronald Reagan. Those are going to be in the crosshairs. Can Trump get rid of those? My sense tells me people are going to get a hell of a lot less than they think. Not a huge fan of Ronald Reagan, but I think he was right when he said the closest thing to eternal life on earth is a government program. I think Trump's in for a tough road, Lee. I think you're right. I think he's going to try. I think his successes are going to be very modest.
Okay, so let's talk about that really quick. So we agree the big ones he is not going to back away from, but will he be able to accomplish them? I would err on the side of yes rather than no. It sounds like you're erring on the side of no rather than yes. Do I follow thus far?
Yeah, that's correctly. But you know what? You're right about his election. So everybody in the room want to just take your opinion. That includes everybody on stereo and whatever
Thank
else.
you. Thank you for remembering that. I was saying that for more than a year, I think, maybe damn near 2 years. I said Donald Trump's going to be the nominee and he's going to win. And that was versus Biden, let alone all this last minute stuff with Kamala Harris. No, 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 no. I knew that was going to be the case. Oh, yes.
So at that point, Lee, I have to say that my predictive powers have got the reputation there is poor. I have some makeup work to do in terms of my political predictions.
I think it's a different game to predict will Trump be president versus what will he try to do. And I think even the most difficult is what will he be successful doing. I would rather pick the Super Bowl right now, the teams playing and the winner, than try to predict what he's going to be successful doing. But we can do that on this show. I have a couple of videos lined up. I have a couple news stories lined up. Maybe we'll stick to those when we're running out of just organic conversation. So is there anything specific that you would like to start with? And I'm always able to look up a news story, or Shannon, always tweets me stuff, or ask ChatGPT. But we could start with whatever is on your mind, and then we'll hear from Shannon and Glenn and anyone else who wants to speak, and also taking voice messages over on stereo and 323-250-0867. And I love the voice messages that for some reason stereo is the only app that has ever really done them in any way, shape, or form. But I have a voice message system, so you can text. I'll read it during the show. You can leave a voice message. I'll play it during the show. So it's easiest to join us over on Twitter Spaces. But hey, you send me a voice message on stereo, I'll play it. 323-250-0867. Text message or voice message, I'll play it there too. But do you have somewhere you'd like to start, Nate?
So, Lee, when I think of mass deportations, the first thing I think of is all the government agencies that would have to be involved and communicate with each other. And it's no secret that law enforcement agencies aren't keen to get along. When I think of mass deportations, I think of an absolute shockwave to the American agricultural sector. I've heard reports of farmers already screaming about this. For now, I have no reason to distrust them. When I think of mass deportations, I think of all the insane logistics involved. Who stays? Who goes? What dot didn't they put there? What T didn't they cross? I have to confess, one of the reasons why I don't have much faith, not that I want it, in a successful deportation program simply has to do with the logistics. I think getting everyone to agree, be on the same page, execute, have the right data, my opinion, it's going to be a nightmare.
And whatever happens, that's why using the military, I think, was very quickly added alongside of the mass deportations, because Republicans have been for mass deportations, I think, most of my life. I'd have to go back and try to piece that together, but that's been a thing for a while. Trump is really the only guy with the balls to try to go through with it. And to mention whether or not he has any plan, but to mention the military, I think that's the right move. Once again, divorcing myself from whether or not I want it or I don't, we can have that conversation. But if you're going to do it, to use the military to do that, I think that is absolutely necessary. Now, you have to have a lot of other pieces come together, but that is a huge component of it. I know I said we were going to wait until we ran out of organic conversation to do this, but I actually have a video queued up that fits right into this. Exactly what you just said. So let me make sure that this is being shared correctly over on twitch.tv/NEWZ debate and also rumble.com/user/NEWZ debate, talking about mass deportations, farmers, the food chain. Let's hear from CNN.
How many hours does this go on?
It's 24 hours a day.
So you need workers like this year round?
Yes. Yes.
South Dakota dairy farmer Greg Mose supports Donald Trump and his pick of his governor, Kristi Noem, to lead the Department of Homeland Security.
The sheer number of illegal migrants coming into this country has made it so that every state is now a border state.
In this sparsely populated.
Really quickly, I want to talk about how you don't have to like Kristi Noem for her to say something true every once in a while. That's absolutely true. Of course, the border states have it the worst, and they have some unique experiences that the rest of the country just does not know about. That's why Democrats in border states are freaking out. They're like, this can't stand anymore. But every state effectively is a border state now, because millions of people in a country where we don't have travel restrictions pretty much anywhere other than like Area 51 type travel restrictions, people get around pretty quickly. I absolutely think she has a point there. Just want to throw that out. Let's check back in with CNN.
Landlocked state. These three South Dakotans have strong views of their governor, and see what a potential Secretary Noem would mean to the rest of the country. The dairy farmer is drawn to what launched Noem into national politics, her pledge of a MAGA-style crackdown on illegal immigration. But it's a tricky issue for Mose.
What percentage of your workers are not U.S. born?
Probably half.
About half?
Yeah.
Do you know what the immigration status is of any of your workers?
I don't know.
Do you ask?
Well, can you ask? We have the right papers on file, and
I want to jump in quickly again. I don't know the details of this, and they don't explain it any more than what he says, but you absolutely can ask as an employer, and it is a crime to hire someone without doing the proper check-in. So this tells me he is committing crimes probably over and over and over again, but within the context of labor in the United States, particularly around farms and food, you'd have to jail like half the people involved in those industries to crack down on that. So he's not the only one, but clearly he knows he's paying people that he does not have the rights to pay, because for any job like that where you have people coming back and forth, it's supposed to be tracked, you're supposed to have paperwork. He says, well, we have the papers on file. You clearly don't, because that includes Social Security and all these other things. So there are ways you can imagine, people gave him false Social Security numbers, but something tells me that's not the case. So this is part of the problem. Certainly, farmers like him, based on this, my guess, and a bunch of other people, they are taking advantage of the situation, and mostly they're allowed to do that. But I would just say, don't believe for seconds that he's following the law. Let's finish up with CNN.
there is there.
Are you worried if there were a mass roundup of undocumented migrants that you might lose workers? You might not have enough workers.
How are they going to do that? Nobody will be filling the shelves. Nobody will be producing food. Within 2 days, we will not have food. There will not be food anywhere.
2 days?
Yes.
Does Governor Noem understand that?
I would think so. I'm pretty sure.
It sounds like you have a lot of faith that they're not going to do what they're saying.
That's pretty much what I'm saying. We have to trust in our officials that are put in place.
So this is a hilarious video. It goes on many more minutes, but I think we've gotten what we can from that. It's Newz Debate. I'm Lee. It's basically titled "Farmer Who Voted for Trump Hopes He Won't Do What He Says He'll Do." So this is a guy who really supports Trump, really supports his governor, and is down with all that, but at the same time, a huge promise of Trump that he has, I don't think, ever gone back on, at least recently. And this person even supports in theory, but when it comes to the industry that he's made his money with and made his career with, he's like, well, this can't possibly take place. And because it can't take place, they won't even try, because even he didn't say this, but even crazy Donald Trump knows that this is not going to be feasible. And if it is feasible for some reason, it'll just destroy our food production, and we won't have food in 2 days. So this is the real gamble of trying to figure out what Trump's going to do. Is he going to stick to what he said? Is it even going to be possible for him to accomplish that? And then if he does, is it even possible because of the serious repercussions? Is even he going to have second thoughts on this? So back to you, Nate. But yeah, that's some context of something you just mentioned, and it's a major component of the guessing game of what's going to happen with potential millions of deportations.
Hey, thank you, Lee. I appreciate it, and I have to shamefully admit that was helpful, because as an official co-host of this program, my show prep today has been kind of garbage. It's been a hard week, so thanks for the video.
Well, I'm sure your show prep is at least as good as Donald Trump's prep for most of his campaign promises. Let's be completely honest. Is there anything else you'd like to add on this? I think we can keep going on this topic, maybe hear from some other people, but is there anything else you'd like to add right now before we start doing that?
I think we've heard from you enough. We've got some other speakers who I think should talk to.
All right. So we got Shannon joining us. We have Glenn. Let's go in that order. Shannon, how you doing, first of all?
I'm doing okay, Lee. I am so excited for the Gulf of America and Canada and Greenland joining our
Gulf of
territories. And
although, isn't that a double-edged sword? Gulf of America, there's a lot of things that happen there that, like giant oil spills. I don't want that to happen in the Gulf of America. I kind of prefer that happening in the Gulf of Mexico, to be completely honest.
it really won't matter, because even if he does rename it, they won't rename it on maps and stuff unless all the other countries agree. Because, our border only goes 12 miles out until you hit national waters. Anyways.
Shannon, Trump wants to rename Denali McKinley again. Did you know that?
Yeah, I saw that too. Woo, aren't we excited? Keep us out of wars. Yes, let's definitely go for Panama, Greenland, freaking wherever else he feels needs his
So
Canada.
right now it seems like it's Greenland, Panama, and Canada. There might be more.
Right.
The night is young, but that's where we are now. Shannon, I just want to point out, you sound better. The last time you were on the show, which was the first time we had heard from you in quite some time, I could hear it in your voice that you did not sound the way you did previously. Today, you sound pretty normal.
I don't want to be normally.
Well, normal for you. So maybe that's not normal, but you get what I'm saying. This is an average voice from you.
But it was pretty amusing watching him today at Carter's funeral. Trump and Obama. He
was talking with Obama, right?
Yeah. Did you see the pictures that the Post put up?
I saw like one photo. What is he like doing something ridiculous?
No, I mean, they're talking through the whole thing. Well, according to the Post, they got a lip reader to see what they were saying to each other. I don't believe that. I just like seeing the pictures, but I put them down below. But yeah, because Obama went stag to the Carter funeral, and they're sharing like a program or something, Obama and Trump, and Melania's like sitting off to the side, like leaned way away from Trump.
Well, of course. I mean, Melania doesn't want to be with Trump anymore because Melania is in love with Elon Musk. That's what they're saying now, right?
Oh, I thought she was in love with Trudeau.
Oh, well, I mean, there's a lot of love to give. I thought it was Elon Musk, but maybe I invented that. I don't know that she would be in with Trudeau. He's kind of done now. Maybe she was in love with him before, but I don't know. After that last press conference he gave. Yeah, you've
That could
got
be.
something from
That
the
could
New
be.
York Post that's definitely going to have good photos. I would prefer photos from the New York Post rather than CNN, to be honest. The Post is going to have the best photos. So, yeah, there's Laura Bush, and I'm guessing George Bush is sitting next to her. Yeah, okay, so Trump's wife's on, here she's not looking at him, but she is right next to him.
Yeah, but isn't Trudeau like newly separated from his wife and he's married and she doesn't have to deal with the politics if he's out of it? All I remember is this photo when, Trump was in his first term and they met on the tarmac there to meet Trudeau.
I gotta say, I think Obama should just not sit next to Trump anymore. Like,
I don't think he had a choice.
I feel like he
I-
would. I feel like he would.
Yeah, they should have put him between like Hillary and Pence.
I mean, Shannon, now there's a giant photograph of both of those two with a shit-eating grin on their face, looking at
I
each
know.
other like they're fraternity brothers, okay? Which reminds me of the old George Carlin saying, it's a big club, and you're not in it.
Oh no, that
Exactly.
is. Thanks for sharing that, Shannon. For some reason, I saw this photo and I thought it was Musk, but no, that's clearly
No, it's Trudeau.
Yeah, that's clearly
Yeah.
Trudeau.
No, Trump's in love with Elon.
That's right. One of them is, and it's definitely Trump. Okay, so I'm sharing this over on Twitch and Rumble. So yeah, I don't know. I get that even when Obama has been at the receiving end of so many nasty things that Trump has said, just sitting next to him, you probably can share a laugh. I mean, you're both former presidents. Like, no matter what happens, there's only a certain amount of people on this earth who know what you've been through. And in all fairness, Trump is one of them. But I just
Yeah,
no.
they probably should have put Bush next to him.
Yeah, that's clearly the
Bush
better
Jr.
option. In fact, I think I'd
Yeah.
rather see Trump and Bush talk, because I feel like Bush might actually not talk to him. I feel like that's a possibility.
I think that too.
Yeah, you can't even see Bush
don't
here. I think that has to be him because that's his wife. But yeah, no, well, that's unfortunate, whatever it is. And then, yeah, maybe I'll show this a little bit later. But yeah, that photo where she's looking lovingly in his eyes, that's definitely Trudeau. May he rest in peace, because he's dead now. Trump killed him. Okay, so we also have another story that you tweeted, Shannon, that we'll get to sometime here on today's program. But to maybe stick
That's
with
fine.
one topic and then kind of be done with it and then move on to the next one, or I guess one promise. What do you think about mass deportations?
Oh, I think he's going to try his hardest to implement it. I think that will be the one campaign promise he will try to keep to his constituents. Out of all the promises that he made, that one and the pardoning the January 6th people.
Yeah,
I think those are the two
think
that I'll do.
I think he has to do January 6th pardons, and that's a done deal. Like, he does them and it's done. So that's low hanging fruit. Like, he still has to reach for it, right? Eve still has to go for that apple. God damn it, Eve ruined it for everybody. But yeah, okay. So I agree with you there. Thanks for bringing that one up. Maybe we can swing back around to that a little bit later if that's necessary. But you said try. Are you kind of like apostate, Nate? Do you just think that's not possible? I mean, Biden.
Oh no, the pardons definitely are the.
Oh no,
mass
sorry, the deportation. Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. I think. Well, it is possible. I don't see him like rolling the military into blue states to get immigrants out with the military. I don't see him doing that, and I'm hoping blue governors or governors in general, like, will try to stop it. But
I gotta tell
we'll
you,
see.
this might be an unpopular
whole...
opinion, and I had an unpopular opinion last show that really didn't turn out so well. But if governors try to stop the federal government from enforcing immigration law, I hope that they are arrested and kind of beaten while they're arrested. I absolutely hope that.
Well, I think it's more of not them stopping the deportations with like ICE, but rolling in actual military into states to drag people out. I mean, they are building that detention center in Texas, right? Or is it built already?
I have no idea what you're referring to. I assume they're probably building them. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's supposed to be a mass deportation center in Texas.
They'll need it. I mean, they'll have to, because from what I understand, everyone who is here, no matter what, they entered legally and overstayed, whatever it is, everybody has the right to due process. So I think you have to give them a court appearance before you deport them. So that'll be millions of court appearances.
Oh, Texas, the state is offering President-elect Donald Trump 1,400 acres of a ranch for a site to build detention centers he promised for mass deportations. Sorry, so it's Texas offering him 1,400 acres.
Not surprising. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I think I think he's got to do all he can to do those two promises, because those are the two big ones that will make everyone else forget all the shitty stuff he's got to do to everyone.
Actually, really glad you're back on the show, Shannon. Just hitting it out of the park. That's a really good point. Like, people can forget so much. That's why Donald Trump was elected. I kind of arrived at this by accident, but I truly believe that what I stumbled to just by stream of consciousness talking, I think maybe it was the election show he did. I really think he won. Okay, Kamala Harris was a bad candidate. Joe Biden was a bad candidate, all of that. But I really think he won because he wasn't an incumbent. We really needed to forget all those things. And that's sort of just human nature. But if he can deport millions of people, and it really starts from day one, and also pardons the January 6th people, I think we will willfully just start ignoring stuff that's even happening simultaneously. To the point that, like, he could walk out on the street and like shoot somebody, and half the country would be like, well, he's also deporting millions of people, so let's be calm about this before we throw him in jail. I think you're really onto something.
Yeah. Once he takes away your health care, at least he'll be like, woo, but we deported those illegals. With this concept of a plan.
So what? Yeah, about the plan. So mobilizing the military, like, okay, they're going to need some new holding facilities. That everything that we do, so the court system, holding facilities, ICE, everything is going to have to be increased by 75,000. So where do you see this falling apart? I think he will be able to mobilize the military. That is within his right to do that. I think that
not on U.S. soil.
That might be a fun exception. I would love to look into that. That
not on U.S. soil. I mean, because the National Guard is controlled by the governors. It only comes in when there's a federal emergency. Can the president order National Guards from other states? So
let me ask ChatGPT about this. That's a really good point. Okay, so let's push that aside. Maybe that's the answer. But what are some of the other pressure points that are going to fail aside from that?
Well, he has 10 days to end the Ukraine war. Said he was going to end it before he was even president.
So yeah, let's get to all that stuff. But when it comes to just immigration, I'm going to try to dig down to the bottom of this, how he controls the military thing. My straw that breaks the camel's back is time. I think it just takes too long. I think he can easily beat Biden's record of deportations, which is more than Trump deported. I think he could triple that, and that's not even hard. But to get to half of the people in the United States who are here illegally, even, I think that just the infrastructure is not in place. So maybe if the president after Trump continues, we could start approaching those sorts of numbers. But I just think it's a little too much to do with a system that's already broken, and we don't have, it's like if you have a freezer full of frozen meat and the power goes out, and for some reason it's not going to come back on for a month. If you have a family of 3 people, you can just eat and eat, but at a certain point that meat's just going to go bad. There's only so much you can eat. I think that even with the military and everything else, you just can't deport that many people. I just don't know if that's possible.
He's sure gonna try, I think. I don't think he cares, because he can afford the groceries. He can afford all the stuff that's going to be impacted, new construction and farmers and dairy and meat, and he can afford all that. He doesn't give a shit about us.
And Shannon, he is elected. He doesn't have to keep a damn promise. He can serve for 4 years, and he can get up every day and say, fuck you and fuck the promises. And the public's going to have to live with it.
Exactly.
Well, and especially what Shannon said, if he does make good, or at least make progress on the things that are perhaps just too big, like mass deportations, but then also just completely does the January 6th pardons, I think we'll kind of, that's something that people could kind of look the other way on. The food industry falls apart and it's even more expensive, or tariffs to China and Mexico, places that makes a lot of the stuff that we love to buy for cheap. But I think it starts approaching these, they don't care / they don't talk about it. They just push it to the side because he's doing the other stuff.
Exactly. That doesn't affect them for the most part.
All right, Shannon, I got something here from ChatGPT. I haven't read it yet, so hopefully it actually answers this, but I'm sharing ChatGPT over on twitch.tv/NEWZ debate and rumble.com/user/NEWZ debate. The U.S. president, as commander-in-chief, has significant authority over the military, but the use of military within the U.S. is subject to specific legal and constitutional restrictions. 1. This is funny. The Jose Comitatus Act. It's the 1878 Act. This federal law generally prohibits the use of U.S. Army and Air Force to enforce domestic laws unless expressly authorized by Congress or the Constitution. So it seems like that's a limit. And that's funny that it's the 1878 Act, because we didn't have an Air Force then. The Navy and Marine Corps are included in this prohibition through Department of Defense policies. The National Guard, when under state control, is not subject to this act and can be used for law enforcement purposes, as Shannon pointed out, by governors. Now, exceptions to this 1878 thing. Insurrection. The Insurrection Act allows the president to deploy federal troops within the U.S. to suppress civil disorder, insurrection, or rebellion. For example, it was invoked during the 1992 Los Angeles riots. I feel like he could make an argument for the Insurrection Act, and then at that point, you have to hold him accountable. Is it going to be Congress? I don't think so. With the Republicans in power, it's not going to be the Supreme Court. So I feel like that's a pathway.
Well, he wanted to. Well, he did
Shannon?
say he was going to. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Lee. Oh, he said he was going to enact the Sedition Act, which was what caused in World War II, like the Japanese to be.
Okay. I'm sure that's in there. Yeah, well, it's a long list. There's disaster relief. No, it's okay. Disaster relief. So you can assist with non-law enforcement activities. So that's probably like hurricane sort of situations, but usually that's also the National Guard. But I'm sure it's happened many times in the past decade that actual military has helped. You have the Defense Support of Civil Authorities, which is the military can support civilian authorities in specific situations like responding to terrorist attacks, pandemics, or natural disasters. I feel like that's something he could use. Then, of course, there's stuff about outside the U.S., and I don't even have to get into details. I know specifically it is ridiculous the amount of power the president, the commander in chief, has to just send troops anywhere in the world and just attack things and kill a bunch of people without the need for Congress. And that lasts like a long time. It's not like a week. It lasts a really long time. So was the thing that Trump said he was going to use, you say that was the Sedition Act?
Yeah, the Alien and Sedition Act. I don't know, was that like, I don't even know when that was. Well, it had to be pre-World War II because that's what they used to gather up the Italians, the Germans, and the Japanese citizens of America.
So this is from ChatGPT again. The Alien and Sedition Acts were a series of 4 laws passed in 1798 during the presidency of John Adams. They were enacted in response to fears of foreign influence and internal dissent during a time of potential war with France. Wow, that never happened. Here's a breakdown.
Lee,
Okay.
probably because Americans owed France a boatload of money by the end of that war, is my guess.
Yeah, it could be. This is not my wheelhouse, but I don't.
Well,
think fought many
it's more
wars against
likely
the French.
the French blockade was instrumental in the success of the American Revolution, and that was Benjamin Franklin's handiwork. I do read a lot about American history, especially colonial history. That's kind of a side project of mine. Thank you.
We will blockade you. The Alien Friends Act allowed the president to deport any non-citizen deemed dangerous to the peace and safety of the United States, even without evidence of wrongdoing. Well, there we are. That's right there. He definitely could do that. The Alien Enemies Act allowed the president to detain or deport non-citizens from a hostile nation during times of war. That one is not so clear-cut. I don't think that's the greatest use. The Sedition Act criminalized making false, scandalous, and malicious statements against the government or its officials. Not particularly useful here. The Alien Enemies Act is the most relevant law Trump could use. It remains on the books, and it gives the president the authority to detain or deport citizens of countries with which the U.S. is at war. Yeah, we're not at war with Central and South America.
Not yet.
Lee, are we formally at war with anybody? When's the last time Congress officially declared a war?
Yeah, that's the problem. I did not
When's
know
the last
this,
time we had
but
this
we
many
looked that up
species
on
in
a
all three?
recent war, and yeah, none of the wars in any of our lifetimes were actual wars. That is absolutely true. We looked that up. So, okay, so I think the gist of this is that while technically you're not supposed to use the military in this way, and even if you use the National Guard, you would only use the National Guard from basically Republican-controlled states, or at least Republican-held gubernatorially, if that's a word, states. I think that there's multiple options that with a stacked Congress and with a stacked Supreme Court, Trump could legitimately use. And so I go back to my previous statement. I think that it just falls to father time. I don't think he has enough time with 4 years to deport even half of what we could reasonably believe to be 10 million or more, illegal immigrants in the United States of many different types. So many different nationalities, many different reasons. They came illegally, they came as students and overstayed, they came as tourists and overstayed, whatever it is. I just don't think you can do that. But when it comes to Biden deporting more people as president than Trump, he'll easily beat that. 3, 4, 5, whatever it takes. He'll easily beat that. But I just don't see the rest of this coming together. But I think that is not a critique of his promise. He clearly overpromised what is possible in my breakdown of this, but that is not something that is a fault of him. I think he has the will and he has the intent to follow through on this particular promise. I just don't think he can. We have a message over on stereo we'll get to, but Shannon, do you have anything else to add to this specific topic?
I did put a thing down below if you wanted to see that from CBS, but besides that, no.
Yeah, I also have an article here about maybe we'll supplement with what you just tweeted, but I have an article about how Trump might go about doing this. It's kind of more fun to do self-discovery with Chat GPT, but the article may basically just repeat what we've just discovered through Chat GPT. Reggie has tweeted a few times. Reggie tweets, I could care less how many people you say reports, I think that's a typo, deports, so long as he ends overtime tax and income tax. I know he's talked about ending tax on overtime. I never heard that he was going to get rid of income tax specifically, but maybe he also said that. That one doesn't ring
Yeah,
a
but he's
bell.
going to get rid of income. He's going to get rid of overtime. Your overtime is going to be calculated on a weekly basis anymore. That's what he means. There's not going to be so much such thing as an overtime anymore. Your hours are going to be based off a monthly schedule. Instead of working 40 hours a week, everything over that would be overtime. He wants to change that where it would be like 200 hours in a month you work.
The bigger span of time
But-
you're working with, the harder it is to get overtime because it sort of
Exactly.
averages out. So if that
Right.
happens, that would be not good for people who do overtime. But also, he could theoretically just end taxing on overtime. I don't know that that's something that people have been asking for, but okay. And then Reggie also tweeted, he'll attempt mass deportation, starting with the illegals that states give free housing and food stamps to. Now, just like with illegal voting, I think a lot of these sort of comments are overemphasizing a problem. But specifically, you don't have to look any further than New York City, where people have been homeless for years and years and years. And in fact, within the last couple of years, a Marine choked out a homeless guy on the subway. By the way, found innocent. That just happened recently of that murder or homicide or any charge. And at the same time, people who come into the US illegally and end up in New York City sometimes are put up in some of the nicest hotels in New York City while there's homeless people who are American citizens born and raised sleeping on the streets downstairs, downstairs, outside, ground floor. So it's not the comment I would make, but in this specific instance, as opposed to illegal voting is like 7 people a year. Like it's something ridiculously small. It doesn't affect elections. It technically happens, but it's not useful to really discuss that. This is an actual problem. I don't know about food stamps, but housing, the amount of housing we give people who come to the country illegally, when we have homeless people in every major city in the United States to the point of absurdity at a record high. They've just released some new statistics. It's not a small problem. That is true. That's something that's a disgrace. Maybe everybody deserves a place to stay at night, but it's the United States. We only have a certain amount of stuff we can do for people, and to look the other way for people who are here and the people who just get here get like 4 or 5 star hotels. I'm not blowing this out of proportion. This happens. I'm a liberal guy. I'm a Democrat, but that's just absurd to me. So okay, I'll give you a half C on that one, Reggie. Let's reset. It's News Debate. I'm Lee. Let's see if we have a message over on stereo that makes sense to play. It's Nickelodeon. Nickelodeon, someone who often leaves us messages over on stereo. I have no transcript, but I'll trust you, Mick. Don't screw us over. Let's hear from Nickelodeon on stereo.
Donald Trump, Donald Trump, Donald Trump, Donald Trump, Donald Trump, Donald Trump. Hey.
Well, it wasn't necessarily the most constructive comment I've ever heard, but hey, you didn't screw us over. That's didn't shout the N-word.
Lee, that was fantastic. Can I tell you that I have a soft spot in my heart for all of the messages that don't make any sense, that veer off the tracks, that just completely make you wonder about the sender.
Will you remind me the name of the person who we guessed what he's drinking? Remember that show?
I
He
should know
left like
this.
37,000 messages, and I played them all before I ended the program.
Oh, Lee, and that was the best show you've ever recorded.
Yeah, you
I
told me that.
laughed and laughed. Lee, I laughed for 15 straight minutes at those messages. I haven't smiled so much from ear to ear in forever. It was like one Christmas present after another, and I regret to say I can't remember who we were guessing. But man, the words were so slurred for all those messages. It had to be something awful like Mad Dog 2020 or a really cheap beer.
Well, somewhere in between the 37,000 messages that I played at the end of the show. We played a lot during the show, but there were just so many. I played the majority of them at the end of the program. He did mention that he was drinking like cheap beer. So the answer was beer.
Lee, was his name Chris?
Could have been.
Is that
I'm
right?
not sure.
Never mind. I'm sorry, Lee. I have failed you as a news debate historian. I have to up my game.
I think I need to put like just a can of beer like on my desk and write the name of the guy on it, so that I'll always remember. Why is there a can of? Oh, that's right. It's because of that. Okay, let's stay on this mass deportation train. If anybody wants to throw in, we have Reggie, we have Better Call Sal. If anyone wants to request to speak, or if you want to tweet, or if anybody over on stereo wants to leave a voice message, I'll give you a little bit of time to do that. Glenn was with us. I thought Glenn was going to throw in. Maybe we'll see if Glenn joins us back later on in the show. But let's hear now from The Guardian, Shannon's favorite news resource. So, how would Donald Trump carry out his mass deportation scheme? He deported 1.5 million people in his first term, and Biden has eclipsed that. I forget the number that Biden did, but it was more than that. It's now suggested
if you remember, Obama did a lot of that too.
Yeah, so Biden and Obama as a team deported 3 million, but I'm not sure if that was over 8 years. I know that's a number that's thrown out as 3 million, but I don't know exactly what that means. What I do know, because we talked about this recently on a show, Biden as a president, so that's one term, versus Trump as a president, which as of now has only been one term. Biden deported more people. So
271,484.
Say that again, Shannon.
271,484 for last year, with the ending of the fourth fiscal quarter.
Was what Biden did?
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know year to year. The article we discussed, I'm not sure if you were there, maybe in the last 2 or 3 weeks, Biden as a president deported more than Trump. I just know that that's not debatable. It was reported by multiple sources. There are some reasons why that's the case, and the more you read into it, those reasons play a big part. But just the numbers as they are, Biden deported more than Trump, and it's just strange that that's the case. So from The Guardian, when Donald Trump takes office this January, his administration plans to ignite the largest deportation operation in American history. The steps required would be unprecedented, would involve made-for-TV raids, would require the cooperation of local law enforcement, tents would have to be put up. So like you talked about the place in Texas. Did this pop up? Let me pull this away for a second. I'm not sure what this is. Do I have to restart this? Oh, no, never mind. It's just a simple thing. I'll pull this back up. It's not like CNN where if you read enough articles, they're like, hey, Lee, you got to pay for it. Places previously seen as off limits to immigration agents like churches or schools could become targets. Oh, yeah, no. They'll have to go everywhere. Hundreds of thousands could be deported quickly. Trump would need to arrest millions of people, put them into removal proceedings before judges. Yeah, so everybody has to see a judge. Litigate those cases, including appeals, and then actually remove them. A Herculean task with constitutional and statutory requirements at each step. More than 11
Lee,
million.
how's that not going to wreck the justice system?
Well,
That's
they'll
going to
have
wreck
to
the
expand
justice
it.
system.
I mean, they'll have to expand it. This wouldn't happen.
You think they'll get the
expanding.
personnel? I mean, you think they'll actually get the personnel though, because they're
if
going to have to hire a lot of people.
they pay for it, yeah. I don't think there's a reason why it's necessarily impossible. I just think that just the speed of government is kind of going to prevent that. But I think if you say we're going to deport hundreds of thousands or 1 million people a year, I think that's much more of a reasonable than 11 million people, something like that. So according to The Guardian, more than 11 million undocumented immigrants, Jesus Christ, at least they call them immigrants instead of migrants, according to estimates. JD Vance has suggested 1 million people each year. Okay. Well, if it's more reasonable, like 1 million each year, I think technically that is possible to meet. Trump deported about 1.5 million people during his first 4 years.
So Lee, here's what I want to know. What stopped Donald Trump from deporting more people than Joe Biden? That's my question.
I don't think it was a priority for him the first time around, to be completely honest.
I mean, he amped up the chatter on it this time, but that was very much a part of his campaign rhetoric the first time. I mean, that's why, nutso commentators like Michael Savage out of California called him the Winston Churchill for America.
It may not be that my memory serves so well for the first term, but it seems to me that this time around he's played up actually getting rid of illegal immigrants much more than before. I remember before it was like build the wall, strengthen the border, send people home, but this time is like final solution sort of thing, which I know is scary because that makes people think about like concentration camps and Nazis, but like final solution as in we send everybody home and don't let new illegal people in. That's the vibe I've gotten this entire time, this time around. I don't remember that being the case at any point in the past. So like when he first got his term or when he ran for re-election unsuccessfully, I don't remember that being the vibe. So maybe that's just my incomplete memory, but
I don't disagree with
that's how
you.
I feel.
I don't disagree with you. I think he's completely amping it up this time. No question. I'm just suggesting that I think the rhetoric in the past wasn't timid. Right now, it's just worse.
Yeah, no, I think it's just an escalation of things he said before, but with really specific details this time, as in like I will use the military, and I think he can, like we were just talking about previously. Something the Guardian mentions is that deferred action for childhood arrivals, the DACA program, often referred to as Dreamers, could be at risk, but probably not immediately. I think that's once they start getting rid of just your average day people who committed crimes in addition to illegal immigration. And then once those are out, just people who have been here illegally. And then we start getting maybe to these kids who have kind of like deferred status, but don't have permanent status. That would be like near the end. And I don't think we'll get to that in 4 years. Yeah, immigration advocates expect Trump to go after low-hanging fruit. This would include people who have final orders of removal, so people who should have been removed already, but just because the system is slow, that seems likely they just go after them first.
Lee, that was my suspicion, that there's not going to be as much in terms of the numbers, but that the Trump administration is going to look to go after more juicy, high-profile targets. That's my prediction.
Are there high-profile targets for illegal immigration in the United States? Like, I don't
Sure
think
there
like,
are. I mean, it's
I don't think like
it's not
J-Lo
celebrities.
is here illegally, like that sort of a thing.
No, not that, Lee. I'm talking about some of the crimes committed by illegal immigrants that tend to be more horrifying. Because, people are people. People cross borders, rape, steal, commit grand larceny, and, a number of other things. And I think if I were Trump and I knew that I couldn't deport the numbers, I would go after cases that looked more egregious And I would make sure the public knew how egregious those cases were.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. I think those anecdotal cases will be included earlier on, but here's what I think might also happen very quickly. The Guardian talks about workplace raids being expected to be part of this plan. I can just imagine showing up to a meat packing facility or like, I don't know, just like a really big Home Depot Lowe's parking lot and just mass how would you say, mass gathering of people, mass arrests. And at that point, you it's not even necessarily about the numbers, it's about the fear. At that point, those people are going to stop working for the guy's farm from the CNN video we played. They're going to go into hiding. They're going to try to run to cities and or different states that are trying to protect them. So I think at first you'll have workplace raids, you'll have the mass deportation of people who are already set to be deported and probably should have been deported a long time ago, but the system is slow and clogged. So while that's happening, and that's hard to disagree with that, like these people have been found to need to be deported, but they're just not for whatever reason. So that's happening. Then you start gathering more people, workplace raids. You start with the fear. Then people start gathering in cities, states, churches, schools, that sort of a thing. And then you move in. And I think legally he'll have the law on his side. And at that point, it becomes like, that's when I think it's a little bit more fair to look back at like Anne Frank or something like that. He's not trying to send these people to concentration camps and kill them, but people will be hiding. Now, this gets a bit like post-apocalyptic, draconian sci-fi, but maybe that's like year 2, 3, 4 sort of a thing. If he's able to actually go through with this, I think that's how it will work. He'll go for the low-hanging fruit. They'll start rounding people up who are easy to round up. They're poor. They're not highly skilled. So just like in the United States, if you're poor and don't have very specific skills, no one cares about you, no matter what your immigration status is. And then they'll start trying to find people who are like hiding in people's basements and in churches and stuff like that. It seems kind of scary, but I think it could turn out that way. Despite the fact that this sounds like some sort of movie you would watch on the Sci-Fi Channel, I think that makes sense. Oh yeah, Shannon, you're tweeting some more stuff. Oh yeah, keep tweeting that stuff. We'll get to it. Let me jump over here to stereo. I think we have a few deportation-related messages.
That was just in response to Reggie down below. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
He
So
tagged me on
Reggie
it.
is tweeting you some screenshots, and then you say, or instead of believing in AI, oh, so these are AI
He's using Grok.
screenshots.
Yeah, he's using Grok.
Listen to Trump's own words on how he hated paying overtime and how he would get other workers overtime. Okay, yeah, we'll get to overtime at some point. So yeah, keep sending that out and throw some shade at Reggie. Love the shade. Let's hear from, hey, it's Sports Rumble over on stereo. Sports Rumble's a huge Trump fanatic. Oh boy. If there was a time we needed a Trump flavored message from Sports Rumble, it's now. Let's hear from Sports Rumble on stereo.
Trump, while still continuing the Obama policy of kids in cages, quote unquote, actually made it a better environment for the kids. He made sure they had video games and all kinds of things that were not there previously. And this came out. So actually, he was doing a better job of making it a not so non-livable, less of a torture and more of a like home life for them. So yeah, It was better under him. We need to get rid of sanctuary states and cities. Those need to not be a thing any longer.
Well, hey, I can give you a 50% batting average on that one. That first one was really, I don't think, true, but the second one I would agree with. I think that states and cities that refuse to cooperate with legitimate law enforcement agencies and the federal government should lose all federal funding in any way possible. Leaders should be jailed. I mean, they're breaking the law by not following the law. So we can talk about that specifically, but I would agree with that second comment. The first comment, nonsense, but the thing I'll take from that, the grain of truth, is that Trump did not start the separation of families at the border. He perfected it, just like the iPhone was not the first smartphone, but it's the one we remember because it's the coolest one. Was happening before he was president. And Biden, when he became president, did not end family separations. He continued them. Less attention was paid to that. But boy, did Trump perfect it. So, grain of truth. And I don't agree with the other things. Let's reset. It's News Debate. I'm Lee. Sorry, Apostate Nate, your hand is up.
You know, Lee, all this has me wondering about the actions of presidents. It seems to me that you really get a free pass from the public for mass deportations. If you do it the right way, and by that I mean you just do it. You don't blab about it. You don't campaign on it. You just quietly do it. That's the lesson my political leaders have taught me.
Well, you say a free pass, but he's enforcing the law. So what's the free pass? Is it the negative effects, how it's going to hurt the economy, how
Correct.
it's going to hurt the food industry?
It's public perception is the main negative effect that's gone. When you don't campaign on it, when you don't bloviate about it, you gain points in public perception. And that's very valuable political capital.
Yeah, when Democrats say over and over again that anything having to do with the border is racist, but then they do it even more than Trump does, like Biden deported more than Trump, yeah, they have their cake and get to eat it too. Okay, so there's probably more that we could do about the mass deportations, but either over on Stereo or anyone over on Twitter, is there anything anyone would like to add specifically? I guess we could come back to this at some point during the show, but there are so many other promises from Trump that we could get to, both the ones that clearly aren't going to happen and the ones that might.
Lee, if I could add one thing about the video game comment from Sports Rumble, okay? I spent 7 days in a psychiatric hospital in June of 2023, and we had video games, we had board games, we had books, we had playing cards. And you know what it felt like? It felt like a prison.
Yeah, you know what? I don't remember anything about video games when it came to child separations. I remember about maybe the first time that I heard that kids were being sexually assaulted and thinking like, well, okay, juvenile delinquents, that happens, priests, that happens, babysitters, that happens. I mean, unfortunately, it just kind of happens when you have adults in charge of children, and that's why I never trust adults being in charge with kids. But to be fair, I never remember hearing about the video games. So maybe there is a grain of truth to that somewhere. The kids had a PlayStation 3 or something, whatever PlayStation it was at the time. But even if you're not upset by the separation of families at the border, which I actually think makes sense. If you're jailing people, I don't think it makes sense to jail families. Like, you just have to separate people. It's kind of a necessary evil. The way in which it was done and the, once again, private industry that played a role in that, it just seemed like bad choice after bad choice after bad choice. So maybe somewhere someone had a video game. I don't think it made any difference. Like you just pointed out, it still felt like prison. But
Lee Grock's telling me that there's no evidence for that claim in the detention centers. That's the answer Grock is giving me.
The only thing I'm finding is gaming the system while in deportation, not about gaming systems.
yeah, I think the video game was that the private contractors in charge of the kids were beating them like some sort of Tekken video game. Maybe that was the.
But yeah, video game was released where you play an illegal immigrant running from Vice. That's the other one that's coming up. But we're running from ICE. But
really?
No video games in the deportation system. Those are the two that are coming up when I'm researching.
That's great.
From 2007, so you probably have to look pretty hard. It's called Iced, ICED.
Iced, yeah. So I guess the goal is like it's a race to get to California, or like a race to get to Washington State, where they're not going to turn you over. Yeah, good times.
Yeah, Iced. Gamers can become a Mexican high school graduate whose family has overstayed its visa, or a Haitian war veteran who faces deportation. And you.
Well, that's. Couldn't you also just be someone who came across the border, was deported, and came back a second time? That happens more than a few times. I mean, that's really picking and choosing your victim.
That's the sequel to the video game, Lee.
Part 2. Part 2. Okay, so it sounds like we've kind of, for now, done justice to this specific one. This was Nate's first one. We'll hear more from Nate. But Shannon, I think you had a specific topic that you wanted to roll into, and we've got a couple different things that you've tweeted. Which one do you want to roll into now?
I do the RFK one.
Okay, sure. I got that one up from The Guardian. Let's share that. I got to tell you, I'm kind of growing on RFK. I don't want to hear him talk, but I think he looks pretty good in the photos. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. accused of voter fraud over the New York ballot. Is it this one?
Yes. Sorry, I'm talking with my mic off.
No worries. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has been accused of committing voter fraud in the presidential election by casting his ballot from a New York address that a court had previously ruled was not his place of residence. Okay, so this is interesting. Does this tie into a Trump campaign promise?
Well, I mean, now that he's won, he's probably not worried about voter fraud, but it was all voter fraud before.
Okay, that's a good one. So we always talked about voter fraud. And turns out
before
his
he won,
head
up
of
until
Health
like a
and
day
Human
before.
Services is a legal voter.
Yes, yes, it is.
Hey, Shannon, it's funny how all them complaints about voter fraud dried up the day after the election, huh?
Exactly.
They don't talk about
they
that
miraculously disappeared.
So the watchdog calls for an investigation. He could be guilty of a felony, according to state law in New York. So there was a ruling last August by a New York judge upholding a legal challenge from another watchdog group asserting that Kennedy had falsely listed the address on his residential home in order to gain ballot access. Kennedy claims he had rented a room at the address from a childhood friend, but the friend's spouse said he'd only spent one night there. The complaint alleged that Kennedy actually lives in California. Now, this is funny because like Hillary Clinton did the same thing when she became a senator, right, from the state of New York. She moved her residency there. So I guess he's guilty of not cheating as much as everyone else does. He cheated just too little. Like he needed to spend more time there. But, people do this all the time. He just didn't do
like
it
my
well.
dad. Or any snowbirds. Your residency is where you spend your majority of months. So if it's 6 months and 1 day, that's your residence. That's your primary residence. So his primary residence is Florida. Because he only spends 3 months up here usually. Like for tax purposes and stuff. So
yeah. Because even if you move around constantly, you got to have some residence somewhere.
Right.
So let's tie this into Kennedy. So Kennedy, as an extension of Trump, has made some alarming health-related claims, like what's the thing we put in water that he says lowers the IQ? Yeah, fluoride.
Fluoride.
So he's talked about getting rid of fluoride. He's talked about having like non-pasteurized raw milk that regularly makes people sick, which is why we don't allow it. He's talked about
Lee, why do you like this guy again?
he looks good in photos. Just don't let him talk. Boy, does he look good.
I mean, that fits a number of people who I don't want to govern me.
Absolutely. But boy, I'd rather look at photos of him than Trump. I'm just taking what I can get. He said that, he has problems with vaccines for several reasons, but he has also said that he doesn't want to take vaccines from people. He just doesn't want it to be mandatory. He wants them to be able to make their own choices, which I can sort of understand, even though I'm against it. I understand that in theory. I guess we could move away from Trump for a moment. Does anyone think that RFK is going to fundamentally be able to change vaccine mandates or the way food, even the weak food rules that we have in the United States are implemented?
Lee, I don't think so. He might have some kind of a splash, however small, but the interests in our food industry and our pharmaceutical industry are too big. And in my opinion, he's going to be bug against windshield when he comes up against that.
Yeah.
I agree with.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Shannon?
Oh, sorry. I agree with some points he has. I mean, would I like to see our labels be more like Canada and Britain than they are here? Yes, absolutely, 100%. Just for the
Can you
chocolate
better
alone,
explain
their
that?
chocolate
What
is
are
much more
the
better.
reasonable things that he wants to do with labels?
No, like getting rid of all the dyes and stuff that we have in our food that they don't have in, Canada, Britain.
Oh,
Stuff.
he specifically said that?
Yeah. It was a while back though.
Yeah,
I think that was when he was actually running for president. But like that stuff, I could get behind to have like our food less stuff in it that's not needed, like red dye number 40. We don't need that. Just because it makes our food pretty, that's why we eat it. I could see that, but not getting rid of vaccine.
Yeah, I'll give you that one, Shannon. I think getting rid of a lot of processed shit would probably not be a bad idea.
Or our
with that being
to corn
said,
syrup.
yeah, with that being said, I would rather that advice come from somebody who didn't cheat with like 70 women and journal about it, driving his wife to suicide. So if I could get that advice from a better person, that would be great.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s wife committed suicide?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep, she killed herself. She killed herself after reading his journal about all his escapades.
Was this his first wife? I didn't realize this happened anytime recently.
No, that was his first wife.
Okay. Because he also cheated on his second wife, right?
Correct.
There's a shocker.
Well, so without knowing about the details of driving someone to suicide, so if we just push that aside, he is a Kennedy, so he comes from a long line of let's bang the bejesus out of anything that walks. But I don't know. I don't think there's an enormous difference between criticizing someone. Once again, take the suicide off the table for a moment. I don't think there's an enormous difference between criticizing someone for sleeping around and breaking their wedding vows versus saying I don't want a gay person in the office, because you're really talking about gay sex and specifically sodomy. I don't think there's a big difference between either of those things and belittling women. I mean, that's often about not gender but sex. So kink shaming and everything else, I feel like we got to take that off the table, don't we?
I don't think we have to take it off the table when the candidate, when the official is associated with the moral majority. I think when that happens, it's all on the table. And for me, it's in the center of the table.
But even though the right, the Republicans talk about morals more than the left, he's not a Republican. In fact, I think he's a former Democrat, right? So he just is siding
Lee,
with
he
that
is now.
party.
According to them, he is now.
No, I don't. Just like Bernie Sanders says he's a democratic socialist, he's not a Democrat. I mean, you have to side with one of the two to get into power in the White House, to get into the cabinet. Like that just is how it works. So I think he gets a pass even there because I can't think of any time I've ever read his moral comments.
I'm not sure he's made any. And Lee, just real quick, I have to agree with you that anybody who marries a Kennedy from that line, if you're expecting fidelity, I mean, come on.
Male Kennedy. Thank you.
Oh, that's fair.
I'm sorry,
fair.
Shannon.
That's
That's what I meant. I do not know of female Kennedy indiscretions. Okay, so that's a fair point.
Yeah. Even being a woman, Kennedy, even if it's not your last name, Maria Shriver, she's related to the Kennedys, right? And Arnold Schwarzenegger cheated on her. Like you just get screwed no matter what if you're a Kennedy. You're either doing the screwing or you get screwed. Also, if you're around a Kennedy, don't let them drive around cliff edges. Don't let them do that.
Yeah, and or ride in their car. Lee, I think one of the greatest scandals of our lifetime is what's his face? What Kennedy was that getting away with
Michael
that
Skagel.
woman who drowned in a car?
Well, there was Ted Kennedy
Ted
and Michael
Kennedy.
That's it, Ted Kennedy. That's it. Ted Kennedy's the one who at Chappaquiddick, Massachusetts, let a woman
Mike Skagel
drown, and he waited like 2 days to report it to the police. What sane universe permits that, except a universe?
Now, if Ted
Where
Kennedy
you have
had
power.
some sort of safe driving initiative, then I would say, well, I'm not going to disagree with safe driving, but maybe it shouldn't be coming from this guy's mouth. But we don't get that from to just go back to your original comment. RFK Jr. does not seem like someone who would survive the right's moral judgment. Now, a lot of people on the right probably would not, but he specifically would not. But I got to say, he's not like
Lee, why not? Trump did. Trump survived it, and he's more in the spotlight.
Yeah,
I think RFK can survive it too.
Similarly, Trump is not a Republican. He just is now. But Trump is bulletproof. I feel like Trump doesn't. You can't compare Trump to anybody else. I think RFK would have some contemporaries like a Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders says he's a Democrat. He's not. RFK Jr. I don't think he says he's a Republican. He didn't run as a Republican, and I think he's a former Democrat. He just wanted to be in the government, and I think he approached the Harris campaign or the Biden campaign, whoever it was at the time. They turned him down. He said he wanted a high-level position. They said, Jesus Christ, no. And he went with Trump. Like, I don't endorse it, but I understand it. I just feel more comfortable criticizing him for his crazy beliefs than anything in his personal life. In a weird way, even though it's not the same thing, if a woman turned out to have had several abortions earlier in her life, I think Republicans who said that she's not fit for any kind of office, I would say, well, is she someone who talked about the sanctity of life and then we found out that she had abortions? No, she just not something we like. Well, does it have anything specifically to do with the job she's been tasked with? No, we just don't like it. Well, okay. I mean, to each their own, but especially RFK Jr. as the head of Health and Human Services has so many conflicts that we should be discussing. I would rather just erase that one. It's not a huge point, but again, I feel like just his name tells you that that's going to be the case. You know,
Lee, what would make you think that.
Although being Robert F. Kennedy Jr. as opposed to JFK Jr., less so. Was Robert F. Kennedy unfaithful the way JFK was? Do we know that?
Oh yeah,
Oh, he also was?
RFK's brother or Junior.
No, RFK, the guy who was killed in the kitchen or whatever.
Yeah, there was rumors of him having affairs with Marilyn too, and Hedy Lamarr.
No,
And
you're telling me
yeah,
the brothers banged Marilyn at the same time? Was it the same time? Please tell me the same time.
well, not the same. I don't know if it was the same, but there were rumors about that. I don't know if it's as. But
you know what, Shannon? If you said Lee, I could either tell you whether or not there's actual alien spacecrafts in Area 51, or I could tell you that for sure JFK and RFK banged Marilyn Monroe at the same time. I think I might take the latter. I'm just gonna be honest.
yeah,
here.
I'm an alien from Area 51.
And if it was a 4-way with the alien, well, that makes it all worthwhile.
He did like going to Vegas. Never know.
Man, that's exciting.
That's where he met Hedy Lamarr.
I don't even know half for these references, but boy, this might be the most exciting conversation I've ever had on the show.
She was a really interesting person. She like not only was a movie star, but also a spy and invented our Wi-Fi capability.
Oh, well, that certainly is more than Marilyn Monroe did.
Yeah, but she died penniless because she didn't copyright the Wi-Fi stuff, and the military waited until her patent expired and took it and ran with it.
Yeah, the real smart ones like her and Tesla, never get any credit. We got some messages over on stereo. I'm gonna maybe get to those here in a moment. Let's reset. It's News Debate. I'm Lee. So the people who are with us, is that Reggie who's in the room? I know we have Shannon and Apostate Nady. Whoever else is in the room over on Twitter Spaces, request to speak if you like. Send me some tweets. Keep leaving those voice messages over on stereo. You can also call 323-250-0867 and text message 323-250-0867. And I'll read those and play those live during the show. We're talking about Donald Trump's campaign promises, or even stuff he's mentioned now. We haven't even gotten to Greenland or Canada or the Panama Canal. Those are big ones. So far, we've covered mass deportations and related to Trump, but specifically talking about Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s kind of promises and momentum that he has right now on certain issues related to being the head of Health and Human Services. Jesus Christ. That's its own cluster F in its own unique way. And let's jump over to stereo and see what we have. Let's hear from Mel. I got no transcript from Mel, but let's hear from Mel over on stereo.
So I'm a very untalented psychic. It didn't take any talent to figure this out, but Trump was complaining about voter fraud like on election night, and I knew Trump was going to win because, I'm awake and alive. I don't let like wishful thinking delude me. But anyway, and I was like, why is he even doing this? Like, he's going to win, and then all of a sudden, not a peep. I'm not going to hear anything about voter fraud anymore. And of course, we didn't. It's so stupid. Very unserious people.
Yep. That's a bit of an older comment, but similar comments were already made on the show, and none of them are wrong. But in its own unfortunate way, Democrats are similar on some issues. Not the same one, because Democrats don't talk about voter fraud. But one of the reasons why we don't have federal protection of abortion anymore is because, well, when abortion was protected, it was not something that we cared about nearly as much as we do now when it's gone. So even though I think abortion protection is a legitimate concern and something I wish that we had at the federal level still, as opposed to there's really no voter fraud whatsoever in any meaningful way across the United States. Well, when it's not an issue for the Republicans anymore because they win the elections, well, it's not an issue. And codifying this in a way that made it more sturdy, made it more cemented into every way that we could as Americans and as the American government, that was never a priority for presidents or for Congress when we had a lot of Democrats in there. And then all of a sudden, well, the Supreme Court with its conservative majority gets rid of Roe v. Wade protections. All of a sudden, it's something that we pay attention to a little bit more. That's a damn shame. So once again, not apples to apples here, apples to oranges at best, but both parties are guilty of that in their own ways that make sense for the parties. Let's see here. While people are thinking of specific Trump promises that they want to talk about, and we could go back to overtime, Shannon, if that's what you want to discuss. Really quickly, I'm going to read from The Hill and maybe play a little bit of a video. Promises that Donald Trump has made and what we can expect to perhaps actually happen. President-elect Donald Trump wants to buy Greenland, take control of the Panama Canal, and maybe even make Canada our 51st state if he could somehow get away with it. The good news for Panama, Greenland, and Canada is he won't get to any of that until day in office because his first day is solidly booked. According to the Hill, on day one, Trump wants to review the cases of people he calls patriots and political prisoners who were arrested during the riot at the Capitol on January 6, 2021. And, quote, I will sign their pardons on day one. And this is something he could do. So we'll have to see. On day one, he will drill, and terminate what he calls the Biden administration's insane electric vehicle mandate. And we will end the green new scam once and for all. The green new scam will end. On his first day, he says he'll sign an executive order that would end offshore wind projects. Trump says he'll fire Special Prosecutor Jack Smith within 2 seconds of taking office. Smith says he'll resign before that happens. Tariffs are also on Trump's first day in office to-do list. He's also going to stop the transgender lunacy with the stroke of his pen on day one. Also, begin rounding up and deporting immigrants who snuck into the country. And those who committed serious crimes will be the first to go. The largest deportation program of criminals in the history of America will be launched on day one. But as we mentioned, Democrats in sanctuary cities say they won't cooperate, and I hope they are arrested. Full states like California, Oregon, Colorado, Illinois, Massachusetts, New Jersey, New York, and New Mexico have signed on to not cooperating. They're not going to get help from local cops regarding ICE or from Democratic governors. There's a lot of stuff here on deportation. We've kind of talked about a lot of this again. Sanctuary policies may protect families, but they also shield people who shouldn't be protected. There's been a lot of positive spin on sanctuary cities, but that is a point I think both sides will agree. Good intentions don't always lead to good outcomes. And that's everything thus far from The Hill. I have a video here. Is it worth playing? Yeah, we could play that. Maybe we'll come back to that a little bit later, but it also just kind of generally talks about things that Trump has said he will do and whether or not that's realistic. Let's reset. It's News Debate on there. Sports Rumble over on Stereo agrees that both Kennedy brothers slept around. I didn't defend RFK. I just didn't hear about it the way that I heard about JFK. So I guess if your brother's a
Lee,
murderer and
you just got a crush, okay? You got a crush. He's got a hot bod, okay? Lee, I am not here to judge you for your crush on RFK Jr. You understand? I fully
say
support
what
you,
you
sir.
will, but he must work out. I mean, clearly you see it when he walks around, and when he stands next to Trump, he looks even better. Yeah, I don't know.
Don't you think most people look physically fit standing to somebody who eats 2,000 calories worth of McDonald's for lunch every day?
Biden doesn't look good next to Trump, no.
Lee, that's not fair. He's a corpse. That's not fair. Trump's not physically fit, but he's not a corpse.
No, you asked for a question. You asked a question, you got an answer. I actually think Trump, if you take away the weird hair and the orangeness, he, for his age and his weight, he doesn't look that bad, actually. And I think if you once again forget the problems with his speech being more problems of being Trump-like, the way he talks and the way he acts, I think is pretty good for his age, to be fair. If you just take all the Trumpiness out of it, oddly enough, he's in pretty good physical and mental shape for someone his age, especially someone who doesn't have the career behind him the way that Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden do. I mean, you could argue Trump because he's been on TV and he's done business deals. He has just as much public speaking and all these other skills that you would need as career politicians, or the wife of a career politician who kind of became her own career politician. But I don't know. I mean, compared with the non-politician background aside from his first term, I think Trump actually, oddly enough, in his own way, looks pretty good and sounds pretty good. He's just can't help himself because he's Donald Trump. But if you could change his personality and wipe off some of the orange paint and, I don't know, just gave him a bald head like Rick Scott or somebody, like, well, don't think he's the worst looking president. Shannon or Apostate Nate, do you guys have a topic you want to go to? Shannon, I know you were talking about taxing and overtime.
Oh, yeah, that's all Project 2025. Yeah, I mean, I know Reggie thinks that it was an anecdotal story, and I mean, it was the same speech, just with that little story added in about what he did to overtime, because, he likes to go off on his rants. That the same thing that he posted in the YouTube. It was almost an identical speech, except the one that I posted had his story about overtime. But, and I mean, you can say that he didn't know anything about. I'm addressing this to Reggie, not you, Lee. But you could say Trump didn't know anything about Project 2025, blah, blah, blah. But he did. He did. I mean, he even said it in the debate after he said, I haven't read 2025. But then he goes, like, I don't know, 5 minutes later, well, it has some good ideas, but I haven't read much of it. So either he read it or he didn't. I'm sure he didn't read the 900 pages, but he is certainly stacking his cabinet with people from 2025 that wrote it. So you can believe that you're
Shannon, they don't need him. They don't need him at this point. They just need the appointment.
And JD Vance would enact that 2025 in a minute. So good luck there, Reggie. So, I mean, we can either take Trump at his word that there are some very good things in Project 2025, or we could take him at his word that he didn't read any of it and knows nothing about it. So I guess that's up to you.
Shannon, Shannon, if Project 2025 wants to stop taxes on gratuity, I'm fine with that, because gratuity is notoriously unreliable. And I can tell you, where I live in the state of Pennsylvania, I don't know if this is still the law, but when I worked in the restaurant business, it was. You were taxed as a waiter, and I wasn't a waiter, but I knew how it worked. You were taxed as a waiter for your total billing receipts on your tips. not whether you actually got those tips. You were taxed on the presumption that you made 15% in tips. So yeah, I mean, if Project 2025 wants to throw us a bone and that kind of stupidity, I'm all for it. Yeah.
They don't mention tips. That was Trump's on tips on
Yeah, really
taxes. This was
quickly. So
overtime.
this is from NewYork1.com, which I think is that local
That's their
station
local
that
news
only
station.
covers
Yeah, that's their local.
the boroughs. Yeah. So yeah,
The
Trump
other
has
one was
talked
giving me a
about.
paywall, so I couldn't give it to you. The other one was CNN. I couldn't give you the
No,
paywall.
that's
so.
fine. I was just pointing out because I usually don't use New York One, but it's a real source. And so we were talking previously. He's talked about ending taxes on overtime was one of the many things that he's thrown out there that are not like a top level promise, but he's mentioned it enough that it's part of his overall promises. But in Michigan, he complained that he used to hate to pay overtime. I used to hate to pay overtime when I was in the private sector, as they say, oh, I don't want over, I shouldn't tell you this. I'd go out and get together people and let them work regular time. It's terrible. I'd say, no, get me 10 other guys. I don't want to have. Well, this is not making sense because it's a Trump speech. Prior to his political career, he was known for running businesses, some of which went bankrupt and failed to pay workers what they were owed. In 2016, USA Today interviewed hundreds of people who worked for Trump and said they were not paid for their labor. His ex-chauffeur sued the Trump organization in 2018 for $175,000 in unpaid overtime pay. Illegal, it says undocumented immigrants, but illegal immigrants. Clearly one makes more sense. Working at one of his New York golf courses, said they were routinely forced to work unpaid overtime and denied healthcare benefits.
Yeah, but he hired illegals too, so who the hell's going to work at his resorts?
Yeah, it goes back to what I was saying before. Like, I think it's just normal. A lot of people do. So I'm not going to particularly fault Trump. I just think it's the standard. That's why it's become so normalized. That's the problem, is that we don't go after the employers. But you're right. That is hypocritical, but clearly he's not the only one.
Oh, absolutely not. He's not the only one. But
also, during his first term, the Trump administration abandoned Obama plans from the previous administration to vastly expand the number of workers eligible for overtime pay in favor of a less generous expansion.
Never mind getting rid of all the union stuff, too, that he tried to do, getting rid of collective bargaining and that he attempted to do.
Well, I'm not going to give the Democrats much room on their support of unions when President Biden stabbed the rail workers in the back. But generally, Democrats support unions more.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's made some conflicting comments on overtime pay. Great. Okay, I think that's established. Over here on ChatGPT, because I just don't remember specifically. I know we've gone through this a little bit on the show. So I was like, succinctly, what are some of the Project 2025 writings that are connected to Trump? It's a policy blueprint developed by the Heritage Foundation and other conservative groups aiming to prepare for a Republican administration in 2025. Hey, they had a goal and they met it. That's what the Republicans do. Democrats, not so much. It's associated with Trump because many of its ideas align with his governance style and stated goals. Key points: expanded presidential power, replacing career bureaucrats with political appointees to ensure loyalty to the administration, strengthening border enforcement, mass deportation, limiting asylum claims. Well, that's something Biden did. Promoting fossil fuels, rolling back environmental regulations, exiting international climate agreements, prioritizing America First strategies, reducing foreign aid, reevaluating international alliances. It outlines a detailed plan to reshape federal institutions, aligning them with conservative priorities. Critics warn it could undermine checks and balances. So this is just a very succinct generalization. Maybe I'm missing something. But Democrats,
Well,
boy, did they beat the dead horse on Project 2025. I fail to understand how this is any different from just mainstream Republican thought processes.
I'd say more mainstream MAGA than Republican, because some of them get pretty intense in the 900 pages of.
So what can you think of anything
Project
specifically that is clearly more MAGA than just Republican conservatism?
I can.
Oh, go ahead, Nate.
Project 2025 wants to end no-fault divorce. In case you missed me, Project 2025 wants to end no-fault divorce. Now, it's my guess that if you were to poll Republicans privately on this, they would not line up with Project 2025.
So this is what ChatGPT says. Project 2025 does not explicitly call for the elimination of no-fault divorce policy documents. However, some advisors and supporters associated with the project have expressed interest in returning to a fault-based divorce system. For instance, J.D. Vance has criticized no-fault divorce, suggesting it undermines family stability. So, no?
Yeah, I'm not so sure about that, Lee. You're talking about these are the general sentiments of the people involved in this project. It's 900 pages, okay? But I'm not convinced that everything they want is actually in those 900 pages.
Well, but that's
If
something
you want, if you want a
different. If we're talking
microcosm,
about Project 2025, unless you can find me somewhere specific, ChatGPT is wrong from time to time. I don't think it's wrong here. But unless you can find it in there, you literally just said it wanted to end no-fault divorce, and that seems to be clearly incorrect.
Lee, it might not be to the letter, but I can tell you that some of the most successful adherents to that project, and you don't have to look further than Dusty Devers, the state senator from Oklahoma. Okay? Everybody attached to Project 2025 has their own agenda. Okay? I came out of that camp. That camp wants to end no-fault divorce.
Great.
And
well,
bills for that are already being
very
proposed.
different than what you said previously.
Correct,
so.
but I already assented to that. Said it's not. But what I'm telling you is the personnel involved in this project, Lee, that's what they want.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's, I think, a very different horse, a horse of a different color, if I dare say, than previously stated. And I would just say, how is that different than just conservatism in general, which I think is more of the case based on what you're saying now versus Project 2025. So to go back to my original statement, I think Project 2025 just morphed into some sort of boogeyman. It just became something that everybody was afraid of, and everybody were using, everybody on the left was using to stoke fear. And okay, maybe it was useful, maybe it wasn't, but everything I've ever heard about Project 2025, I identify personally, and as we just heard with this, is not stated in Project 2025, just with conservatism. So can we think of anything that is specifically Trump related as opposed to just conservative republicanism or conservative end of republicanism that maybe doesn't have much to do with Trump, other than Trump was theoretically going to be and is now going to be for sure the president in 2025?
I'm
This
looking
is,
for specific.
Yeah, you tweeted this, right, Shannon? So no fault divorce from The Guardian. This is from June of 2024.
From June of, yeah.
some prominent conservative lawmakers and commentators are advocating for ending no-fault divorce, laws that exist in all 50 states and allow a person to end a marriage without having to prove a spouse did something wrong, like commit adultery or domestic violence. So this is just, I don't want to be married anymore. I think that's a reasonable position, and I would support that. The socially conservative and often religious right-wing opponents of such divorce law are arguing that the practice deprives people, mostly men, of due process and hurt families, and by extension, society. Defenders of the laws, which states started passing a half century ago, see legislation and arguments to repeal them as the latest effort to restrict women's rights.
Yeah, Lee, you're not going to get a ton of human rights out of Project 2025. Okay, that project
Yeah, but you're
is
not
all
going to get a
about-
ton of human rights from the Republican Party. So again, I fail to see a specific example of how 2025 is different from the Republican Party.
Well, I mean, I suppose it depends on who you're looking at in the Republican Party. I mean, who the MAGAs would be considered rhinos, right? So, like, we're never going to get another McCain to stand up to the other GOP members to stop healthcare from being repealed. We're never going to get another one of those because everyone falls in line now, it seems. Both on both sides, but you know, we're never going to get. I don't think there's any. I don't have faith in anyone in Congress to stand up, you know, like he did to the party. But not saying he was a great guy. Just
Oh, come on.
but, I mean, I liked him for that point. Well, there's 2 points that I liked were that one and when the woman in the audience called Obama a Muslim and he corrected her. So,
Oh,
those are the
that's
2
right.
things that I
Yeah,
liked
wasn't
about
it like he's a Muslim, and then
And a
McCain's like
terrorist,
positive response to that, defending Obama, was that no, he's a decent man. But then,
right.
if I remember correctly, that's sort of saying I don't think this was his goal, but the way he responded was like, no, he's not a Muslim. He's a good guy. So like,
Well,
he's
yeah,
not
no,
a good guy if he's like, that's not what he was trying to say. But I think if I remember watching that on YouTube enough times, it kind of had that sort of ring to it, which was just funny.
yeah, no, I mean, he was, yeah, I understood exactly what you're saying. Yes, it didn't sound right, but he was trying to correct her, but only hearing his point made it more sound like Muslims were bad and everyone else was good. But
Yeah.
but that's a whole other thing. But but yeah, I mean, I think that's more where you're sitting because we don't. I mean, truly, most of the who MAGA would consider rhinos aren't there anymore, or retired, or
Well, so for instance, let's talk about Republicans who either recently were elected or recently served with Trump or even are still in elected office today. The ones I'm thinking who I don't believe are in elected office anymore, like a Mitt Romney and a Mike Pence. So one who served with Trump and supported him and really doesn't anymore. And Mitt Romney, who I think
Brian.
early on, at least outwardly supported Trump. And then as time went on, he supported him less to, at some point, I think he said he didn't support him in his reelection bid. So if we go back to
Yeah.
these core principles from Project 2025, just the really succinct core principles, expanded presidential power. I would be surprised if either Mitt Romney or Mike Pence were against that. Civil service overhaul. I would be surprised if either of them were not sympathetic to that idea. Strengthening border enforcement, mass deportations, and limiting asylum claims. I don't think any of them, those two, would have problems with generally those things. Promoting fossil fuels, rolling back environmental regulations. That doesn't sound like something Mike Pence or Mitt Romney would be against. Prioritizing America First strategies. This one I would know less about, just my own lack of knowledge on their policies for this, but I don't think they would be particularly against that. So once again, what's the difference between Project 2025 and just being a Republican, even being a Republican who does not support Trump?
Are there any?
Well, the examples I
Republicans that
gave are
don't-
people
that
who
don't-
are not elected
No,
anymore.
I know,
so-
no. I mean now. Are there any Republicans that didn't endorse Trump that are still going to be in office when he's in office? I'm just curious. I haven't heard of any. That's why I'm. They all seem to be
I
kissing his
think
ass.
there was a governor or two who opposed Trump who are still governors, right?
Yeah, maybe. They might not be up for election yet either. Because I know my governor wasn't up for election this year. But I don't know anyone. I mean, there definitely could be rhinos still left in there that, because I don't know the background on all of the senators and congressmen. But
I'm going to see if ChatGPT can give us, several high-profile. I'm going to share ChatGPT on twitch.tv/NEWZ debate and also rumble.com/users/NEWZ debate. We're live over on Twitter Spaces and Stereo. It's Newz Today Hourly. We're talking about Trump's campaign promises and whether or not he will keep them or forget them entirely, or like with mass deportations, we all seem to think he'll try, but he might have different levels of success than 11 million. So according to ChatGPT, yes, several high-profile Republicans who did not support Donald Trump's 2024 presidential campaign continue to hold elected office. Notable examples: Senator Susan Collins of Maine. Oh, Romney. I thought maybe that's not updated. I think Romney
I have an
recently
update for you.
retired, didn't he?
Yeah, there was 4 they're saying that are left. Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski,
Of Alaska.
Bill Cassidy, and Joni Ernst, ERNST.
Who's that? Is she a governor?
She senator.
Oh, okay.
She's an embattled.
So these are either
Secretary.
governors or Congress people.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or no, these are either senators or what other? Are they all senators?
I think these are all senators so far on the list, right?
Yeah, they're all
what's her
senators.
name
Those
is
four.
a senator,
Those were the 4. Those were the 4 left that stood up that said Trump should be impeached.
I thought that like the day of the election or maybe the day before the election, some Republican governor admitted that he didn't vote for Trump. So that's like a soft, not supporting him at the last moment.
That was
but
like
I thought
New
I read
Hampshire.
that. Okay.
Yeah, that was like New Hampshire. We were like, because I told you that on election day because it came out.
Oh, okay, so it was you. So you remember that,
thing. Yeah. We were like, well, not like taking a stand when the polls already closed in your state.
So, they're okay. So I don't know about Susan Collins. I feel like there's different kinds of Mitt Romney. There's the pre-presidential candidate, there's the presidential candidate, and then there's the one that is closer to today, Mitt Romney. So I guess it depends on which one you're talking about. I don't know the Murkowski from Alaska, and I don't know the other woman that you mentioned who you said was a senator. But does anyone think that they would absolutely oppose these main ideas from 2021 or Project 2025, expanded presidential power, civil service overhaul, so political appointees instead of career bureaucrats, locking down the border and deporting people, focusing more on fossil fuels and rolling back progressive energy policies, prioritizing America first and reducing foreign aid? Does anyone know specifically a Trump, anti-Trump Republican who would disagree with those main points? I don't know. but my guess is probably not.
I'm not sure. I don't know off the top of my head.
So that's maybe an ongoing question that we could answer at some point on today's show, but it just goes back to Project 2025. It just seems like the boogeyman in a room full of actual boogeymen that we're just less afraid of. It doesn't
Lee, do you
seem
think
that
do you
much
think
different.
Lee, do you think the erosion of Roe versus Wade was one of the planks of Project 2025? Because I know it is. That ain't the boogeyman. Not anymore.
The erosion of Roe v. Wade was decades in the making.
That was
So is
Project 20.
2025.
Yeah, what's your point? Project 2025 has been in print for like 30 years.
So Project 2025, once again, is no different than mainstream conservatism. You're making that case for me.
Not quite, Lee. I was a conservative and an evangelical and a supporter of that for years, and I can tell you there's certain planks of that platform that are going to get division. For example, you've got a lot of progressive Christians who are not going to be okay with the elimination of the Department of Education. Okay, and that is a plank of Project 2025. Look, some of this stuff might be boogeyman-esque, Lee, but some of it's not. I feel like I pull my hair out when we talk about this because I came from this crowd. I know what they do. I know what they're capable of, and I've watched them do it my entire life. So is it going to be the apocalypse that I think it is? Maybe not. Is it something we should ignore? No.
So, ChatGPT, yes, Project 2025 proposes eliminating the U.S. Department of Ed, advocating for a significant reduction of the federal government's role in education and transferring responsibilities to states and other federal agencies. My question now is, have people who are not directly related to Project 2025 been advocating for something similar? These proposals align with long-standing conservative goals to diminish federal involvement in education, emphasizing state control and parental rights. So I think that's my answer.
I think most of the ones that we spoke of would probably stand up about getting rid of the career bureaucracy. Because, like, as we talked before in the shows, like a secretary that works, for the weather service because she voted Democrat, she should be kicked out because she didn't vote for Trump. You want everyone working in the government voting or, seeing one way and eliminating those checks and balances. I mean,
That's one that I don't specifically know, but my guess is that Republicans who just want to win, which I think the Republican Party in general across the country is much more focused on winning than the Democratic Party, would be for that. But I can't specifically think of anything anecdotally that I would remember someone saying. So maybe you're right, but just generally, I think that's why Republicans win, is because they're for replacing bureaucrats with political appointees. They like winning.
And destroying our environment. Let's go.
Well, yeah, I mean, maybe I didn't say it enough, but I'm not advocating for these things. I failed to see. I failed to see like a statistical difference, an actual difference between Project 2025, which was such a boogeyman term for so long from MSNBC and CNN and everybody else, compared to just being a Republican. I mean, like, didn't Bush have No Child Left Behind? Like, I think there are education policies you can find going back several presidents, looking at the Republican ones, that align with general conservative goals that have been maybe defined more and have stronger goals pushing forward, right? But still like along the same path. I just have yet to see that major difference. Maybe the rewriting of civil service identity is one of them. Okay, maybe that could be. I don't know about that specifically. But education, Republicans have always wanted local control of education. That's that's like when Texas decides that they're not going to teach evolution. They would argue it's a local control issue, but of course, if it becomes a statewide thing, Texas is such a big buyer of educational materials that it changes the educational materials that are available in the United States. Just like if California, which has more people than Canada and has more people than Australia, if they say you have to have certain emission standards or mile per gallon requirements, they basically make every car in the United States stick to those requirements because no one is going to make a special car to sell in California and then sell a worse car in Alabama. It'll just be all the cars they sell.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, like, the way I think of it is Bush and Obama, right? So Bush had Democrats in his cabinet, and Obama had 4 Republicans in his cabinet, where now the lines are blurred, where now they want no one from any dissenting opinion, and that's dangerous.
Okay, well, let's look at this. I still think RFK does not count as a Republican, and he's a former Democrat, so he's not an active
He's a former Democrat
but,
turned independent.
okay,
Yeah, he was Democrat turned independent.
You have sort of that. Okay, maybe it's not a winner, but something that's not just a straight Mike Pence appointee. You also have Tulsi Gabbard, former Democratic presidential candidate. Who is she? A Republican now? What is she?
Yeah, she's a Republican now.
She's a Republican now. Okay.
Yeah.
So I mean, they're not the most straightforward Republican picks, but okay, there's no active Democrat, right?
Right. Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Point proven.
That's, I mean, just that's what I see is that, the other administrations prior, I haven't looked into Biden's. He probably has Republicans on there too. I don't know. But it's the dissent, Trump wants everyone to kiss his ass, and that's dangerous. Taking away those, I mean, he learned from his first term with the immense overturn in his administration and, people being locked up. What he now wants. He just wants yes people under him. And that's dangerous for anyone. Because when everyone's telling you you're always doing the right thing.
I don't disagree, but does this also not play into Republicans want to win and Democrats want to kind of rob themselves of winning? Like even when we get a Democrat in the White House, they appoint a couple of Republicans. Like, shouldn't they stop doing that?
I don't know. I think it's good to hear dissenting opinions. Now, whether you take them for what they are, that's your choice. I mean, but I think it's good to have that pushback there.
Is it?
And I think a lot of it, yeah.
Isn't that maybe why Democrats don't win elections? Is because like Barack
I'm
Obama,
not
when
saying
he was
it's
a god,
great plan, but I can
and he
understand
became the president, and he had so much political power in Congress, and he bent over backwards to meet Republicans in the middle, and then he had to meet them in the middle a second time. If you meet someone halfway, and then you meet someone halfway again, you're closer to their original ideas than you are to your own. And I think that's one of the failings of Barack Obama. Can you imagine what Barack Obama could have accomplished if he acted like Donald Trump?
Yes, I can.
Right? Like, shouldn't Democrats maybe do that?
I think it would just get worse if we did that. But I understand your point, Lee. Yes, I think we should now. But I could also see, like, if I was president, I would understand the need to have pushback and hear another side. But I don't think he can do that because everything he says is true. And
Like, yeah, could you imagine, like, if
it
every
does.
Republican was like Trump? You're like, well, we have to have a couple of Trumps in the cabinet. It's like, what? Yeah, we need a little bit of pushback. Is that the kind of pushback you want? Like, that's like if you're the University of California, Berkeley, right? UC Berkeley, and
Yep.
you have a bunch of physicists, and they believe in science and physics and like data, and they're like, well, why don't we get a couple of physicists, who are conservative, get a little bit of pushback. It's like, but they're not physicists. Or I guess a better example would be
Right.
climate scientists. Our climate division at UC Berkeley, we have too many people who believe in global climate change. Couldn't we get a couple of climate scientists who really like Enron in there, just to get a little bit of pushback?
Exactly. Like 4 out of 5 dentists approve. Get that other one dentist.
Yeah.
Doesn't.
I mean, these public health officials, like, they're really into vaccines and like data-driven policy. Why don't we, throw RFK Jr. in there and give a little pushback?
Yeah, my head's gonna explode.
You got a little taste of throw up in your mouth now, don't you, Shannon? Yeah, it's Lee hit that one out of the
I'm gonna
park.
take my edibles now, Lee.
Yeah. Yeah, you are. Yeah. I get it in theory. It makes sense if we're talking about like John McCain Republicans. Yeah. I could see a John McCain, if he was 20 years younger and alive now, like I could see him fitting into a Democratic White House. I could absolutely see that. But like, I guess you could take like a Senator Susan Collins or a Mitt Romney or a Lisa Murkowski or that other person you were talking
God,
about.
no, not Susan Collins. She's just a kiss ass to Trump too. She approved those picks. Oh yeah, I believe him. Yeah, okay.
Well, it says here she didn't. I don't know
believe-
about Susan
I
Collins, but
believe
it
that they
says
said they
she
would-
did not support him in 2016 and did not support him in 2020. That seems like a track record of not supporting Trump.
But she did support their picks because she truly believed that, both of his picks or all three,
You mean,
were
are you talking
not
about
going to
Supreme
overturn
Court?
Roe. Yeah,
Okay.
we're gonna.
Well, she's a
believe the whole-
Republican. You
but
can't.
she came out on TV and said, "I believe that
okay.
they believe that Roe v. Wade is the law of the land and they're not going to overturn it." All 3 times.
Well, in all
So-
fairness to her, so did Democrats.
Who voted for those Supreme Courts on the Democrats?
No.
Oh,
Maybe I'm not doing a
okay.
good job, but like
Sorry.
that's why Barack Obama did not codify federal abortion protection in another way. And it wasn't a top priority because we thought that even though it wasn't rock solid, it was pretty solid. I mean, before it happened,
Right.
no one thought that was possible, right? So I think that even though clearly she was wrong, it was a reasonable position to take, right?
Well, yeah, I guess so for back then.
Right? Like even though you're wrong,
Yeah.
like you can be a financial planner and you can lose a couple's retirement
Oh, yeah.
savings, like they're just gone. But it doesn't mean you made a mistake. It just means you were wrong. Like you could have made reasonable moves and really thought you were doing the right thing. And maybe even historically you were doing the right thing, but then you can't predict the future. So I don't know about this. It sounds like you know much more about her than me. So fair enough. Maybe I'm just full of shit.
I
here.
only know I know a lot about her because when Stephen King lived up there, he would tweet about her because it was her next door neighbor. She lived across the street from him.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, and every move she made, he would comment on.
If I lived next to Stephen King, I think I would move to a different part of Maine. That's not Stephen King's not going to kill you, but like living next to Stephen King is just asking for trouble. Like he still writes books, right? Like, aren't you just going to end up in there?
Yeah, you could. You could absolutely end up in his book.
Yeah, that's
No, I
like
don't
that's
think
like living next to a drug dealer. Like, even if they don't come over at 2 a.m. and murder you and your family, like at some point you're going to get burned.
Well, Lee, if you really wanted to, you know, Stephen King's turning his house in Maine into a writer's retreat. So you could go up there and spend a week at his house and spy on Susan Collins.
Yeah. That's just what we need is Stephen King's book about social audio. Yeah.
Exactly.
I actually, not now, but at some point, I should ask ChatGPT to write some sort of like horror novel about a guy who hosts social audio discussions and some details that could provide some different, ideas for the book and like somehow wrap it up into murder or like what does Stephen King talks about, like aliens or spirits or something like that. And
oh, he's all over the board.
I mean, it could be.
If you want domestic abuse, that's Dolores Claiborne. You want a prison story, that's Shawshank Redemption. You want a supernatural story, it and
Andy Dufresne. Yeah.
Yeah.
So one easy example would be like I persuade listeners to meet me, and then they like go missing. So it's like, oh, we haven't heard from Shannon. Did she like have to go to the hospital again? Oh no, I met her for lunch last week.
And she became my AI.
Yeah. And now I wear her skin as a jacket and glove. Like that's, yeah. Apostate Nate, I hear you live in the great state of Pennsylvania. How about I drive up and see you? I mean, that story writes itself. It's news debate on there.
With the lotion on the skin.
Hey, Lee, stop up. Okay. I got plenty of space to sleep. Got plenty of couches, got plenty of food and water. And if you want to go out in my backyard and play, I got a big backyard, Lee. I'll give you a red ball and you can go have it.
Apostate Nate is the worst person to try to murder in this situation because he has like Saw and other like horror film tattoos and stuff. So yeah, maybe he's the guy that I don't need to go and wear his skin. That's fair.
Lee, I have removed the most lethal weapons from my house on account of my mental health. I'm one of the safest places you can be at. I don't want to hurt anybody.
You can't remove the guns. The guns are attached to you. The gun show is always available.
No, they're really not, Lee. They're gone. I had to get rid of them.
I'm talking about your
replaced them
fists.
with a.
Do you want tickets to the gun show? Those are still there. No Democrat can take those guns.
Yes, you're right. Nobody can take my biceps and my triceps. Ladies, I am single, and this is a recorded space.
Single and ready to mingle. That would be like the fun ending. Would be like I'm going and I'm wearing listener skin, but then one listener like was the wrong. It's like a serial killer who picks the wrong victim or something like that, right? That okay, we've written the Stephen King novel. There it is. Reggie, I apologize. This was tweeted a while ago and I just haven't gotten to it. Reggie tweeted, if we're going to start complaining about Trump's double talk, then let's look at each president's double talk. Let's start with Biden. Said he wasn't going to pardon his son multiple times. About to leave office, pardons his son. Claims his son was unfairly prosecuted. You're not wrong, but it is disingenuous to compare that to Donald Trump. Because if Donald Trump did that, he would not have the pushback that Biden has rightfully received for lying about pardoning his son, and for Democrats who have supported his lie and decided it's not that big of a deal. In fact, it's a good thing. They're glad he did it. You just look at talking points on MSNBC. People have completely changed their opinion before and after. So this is where it's hard to compare Trump even to himself, to anyone else. He's bulletproof. But if you compared Biden to, let's say, Mitt Romney, remember the binders full of women comments. So he got a lot of crap for that. Or gosh, was it Howard Dean who like shouted on a stage somewhere, and that was like his political death. So compared to those things, I actually think Binders Full of Women makes complete sense. He was talking about how they wanted to include women in either his campaign or his White House cabinet. He was talking about that they had binders full of qualified candidates and they were trying to look at them and keep track of them. It just didn't come out right. And from what I understand, if memory serves, God, what was his name? The guy who shouted on the stage that I just mentioned. I think he was the head of the DNC after that. Was he from Vermont? Whatever his name.
You talking about Howard Dean?
Howard Dean, yeah.
You talking about the Howard Dean scream? I love that scream.
Yeah,
I used to go on YouTube and listen to like loops
excited.
of that thing.
Yeah, and he was trying to keep the energy going, right? I think he had just lost a primary or something. So compared to Biden, literally lied, and there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. He literally lied. And Democrats have not only refused to call him out on that, but they actually support his reasoning for lying, and they say he did the right thing. Biden actually, should have gotten impeached for that or something compared to what happened to these other two examples. So when you
Lee, I think the only
like,
thing that pauses me from that is that Hunter was called out for a crime that millions of Americans commit and are never prosecuted for. Now, like you, I don't think he's a good person. But what I think they got him on, yeah, I think it's kind of bullshit because nobody else gets prosecuted for that unless you're notable.
The prosecutor, I think that's the correct term. The district attorney. The district attorney for Manhattan, if memory serves, literally ran on the platform, elect me and I will prosecute Donald Trump.
Bragg, Alvin Bragg.
Yeah. So what Donald Trump, I think, did and was rightfully convicted of, I don't think would have been charged in any way if he wasn't Donald Trump. And Democrats don't seem to have a problem with that.
Lee, I agree with that. I think what he did was wrong. I don't think he would have been charged. You're right. But I also think if Hunter Biden were me, if I lied on an ATF form about having an addiction while buying a firearm, Lee, that covers alcohol. Do you know how many drunks buy guns and lie on that form? I think what happened to Trump was probably unfair given the context, even though I think he was wrong.
Okay.
I also think what Hunter Biden did was wrong given the context.
That's all we have to, once you said the thing about being unfair, we just stop there. So Democrats are unwilling to even entertain the idea that the only charges that have stuck with Donald Trump were unfairly targeted against him because of who he is. And that's exactly what Biden said about his son. And I think probably both are true. But Democrats
I agree. I think you're right about
them. They don't see it that way. So that's where the hypocrisy fits in. It's not the fact that someone says something and does something different. That's being a politician. But when we have these really like apples to apples comparisons and Democrats refuse to see that, it looks really bad. Okay? So in that way, comparing Biden and comparing Trump makes perfect sense. But if we talk about just double talk, because Reggie says if we're going to start complaining about Trump's double talk, then let's look at each president's double talk, and he only talks about Biden and his son Hunter. That specific instance, I think you're right. But if you just listen to Trump for 10 minutes versus listening to Biden, it's incomparable. So it just so happens that there is a very clear example that is basically the exact same for Trump and for Biden's son. But outside of that, you cannot compare the double talk. Biden, my opinion, Biden has made more gaffes than Trump because his mind is oozing out of his ears. But generally, his problems are because he's a politician, and that's what happens. Donald Trump is a very unique, if I'm to say human being, I believe he is a human being. So we'll use that terminology. And you really cannot compare him to anyone else, except
Lee,
unfortunately.
you're being very charitable.
Yeah. So it is just unfortunate that Biden has given us an example because of his lie where literally you can compare A to A with Donald Trump. And if he hadn't done that, I don't know that there would be one. If you look at, for instance, the classified documents, the way it was handled with Trump and the way it was handled with Biden, neither one's great. One's way different than the other. I don't think that's apples to apples. And I think Biden made a mistake. And it's just unfortunate it happened around the same time as Trump. Trump's was much more egregious and seemed to be rather on purpose. I think Biden's was a little bit more incidental. That's not the Trump charges and the Hunter Biden charges. So Reggie, you make a good point, but it's like, you know, it's like, oh, a child molester who murdered 7 kids. He needs a new trial because when they arrested him, they forgot to read him his Miranda rights. Son of a bitch. Technically, that is true. It does not mean he's not a pedophile. It does not mean he didn't murder 7 kids. It's that for the love of God, some officer did not read him his Miranda rights. That's a technical victory, but the spirit of the law would say this guy needs to fry. That's what the Trump conviction is that technically, I think he was targeted, and we seem to agree on that. But he's guilty of a lot of other crimes. That's just the one they were able to make stick. And it's a damn shame because it lines up perfectly with the way that Joe Biden lied about pardoning his son, and the Democrats
and he was
fully support.
He was able to delay on the other ones long enough that now they can't prosecute until after he's out of office again.
And like what happened in Georgia, that lady, was she the prosecutor? Like, she seems to be a real piece of shit herself.
Yeah, I can't remember her name off the top of my head. I know you're talking about.
Yeah, but
Lita,
she had her her lover a part of the thing, and they figured all this out. Like, it just, Trump has just had so many breaks go his way. It would be like, who's the mobster that they got on like tax evasion?
Al Capone.
Al Capone. So it'd be like, oh, they got Al Capone on tax evasion. Do you know who also evaded their taxes? The son of, was it Roosevelt? Was he the president at the time?
Lee, I don't know.
Let's say Roosevelt was the president at the time. Let's just say, oh, Roosevelt's son is also guilty of tax evasion. So we should let Al Capone go. No, I mean, Al Capone's a murderer. He's a mobster. We just were lucky to get him on tax evasion. Roosevelt's son, in this hypothetical, completely made up situation, he's just guilty of tax evasion. Well, it's the same crime. Son of a bitch. You are correct. But do you understand that they're not the same person? Even though Hunter Biden is like a crack, meth, insert horrible drug addict who seems like a real piece of shit, he's not Donald Trump. Donald Trump is a really dangerous individual to America. Hunter Biden is an embarrassment to America. There's a difference. Trump's also an embarrassment, but in a much more dangerous way. So even both.
Lee, I was just about to correct you on that. I'm like, what do you mean he's not an embarrassment? Sorry, Lee.
Well, it's like you know, it's like someone in the community who's from a rich family and just is an idiot and gets DUIs and now doesn't have a driver's license and just walks around town drunk, but they're just walking around drunk. They're not going to hit someone with the car that they're not driving. So now it's just kind of an embarrassment, and you have to keep an eye on them. That's Hunter Biden. Donald Trump is like a crooked cop. He's like the crooked mayor. I mean, that is a real severe issue for the community. But maybe they both are accused of tax evasion, right? I mean, it's just like, it's not the same thing. So even though it is the same thing, Donald Trump being hypothetically able to walk away because, well, it happened to Joe Biden's son, it's a damn shame because they're not the same, even though the situations are the same. Someone can be diagnosed with brain cancer, and holy shit, it's Mother Teresa has brain cancer. Well, I guess we know God doesn't exist. And then remember that pedophile who murdered 7 kids that I mentioned in the other hypothetical situation? He's also diagnosed with brain cancer. Oh, well, that's just his just desserts. Well, they both have brain cancer. I mean, but it's not the same situation. I'm going in weird directions. It's Newz Debate.
So I'm sure. Sorry, Lee.
No, that's all right, Shannon. I was giving you space. What do you have to say?
Oh, I was going to say, so I'm sure Reggie's all okay with our new ambassador to France that Trump's pardoned, because he was a family member then, right? That's cool.
That's Kushner's dad, right?
Dad, yep. Trump pardoned him. Cool. Let's give him a job as an ambassador and congratulate him for being, a convict. That's awesome.
Shannon, that's like the profile of everybody who ends up as an ambassador, okay? If you're an ambassador for the United States, that means you fucked up and they shipped you off somewhere.
Hey, come on. I seen The Omen. He was planning to be a
president. No, Shannon, I learned this in poli-sci back in, oh my goodness, 2004. I mean, this is common knowledge in diplomacy. If you are assigned to be, an emissary to somebody, it doesn't mean you screwed up. But it probably means you probably did, and that you're well connected. That's how you end up working in diplomacy.
It either, I think being an ambassador or being like the such and such person in charge of this, that, or the other, unless it's a slam dunk, like you take a scientist and put them in charge of like the energy department, unless it's that, it either means you screwed up, but you still are owed something by the campaign, or you blew somebody and therefore you're owed something by the campaign. I think it kind of has to be one of those two, aside from the scientist who is in charge of something, or like a doctor who's in charge of health and human services. But even then, maybe the doctor blew somebody. I mean, let's be honest. Hey, it's the electrician,
Reggie, I agree with
over
you.
On stereo. Oh, I'm sorry, Shannon. Yeah.
Sorry, Reggie, I agree with you that what Biden did was completely wrong. And he shouldn't have, because he said he wasn't going to. I mean, I can understand why he did it, but he shouldn't have. Now, I challenge you. Give me something that Trump has done that you adamantly disagree with. That's all I have to say, Lee. Go ahead.
Yeah, Reggie's still with us,
being
right?
a Biden
So
supporter can say,
I'd love to know what it is you disagree with Trump, because that's the real test. Yeah.
Exactly. I can say Biden did it wrong, and I'm a Biden supporter. He shouldn't have done it. Absolutely wrong. I'm just curious. Do you have anything that Trump has done or said, or that he's not God and that he's has flaws?
Reggie,
while Reggie is
here, I'll give you something easier. Oh, sorry, Nate. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, while Reggie's thinking about his particular response to your question, and there goes my train of thought. Damn it! I'll be back. I have to take some.
So the thing I was going to give Reggie is that, Reggie, all you have to do is say that Trump's not conservative enough. That's an easy get out of jail free card. Yeah, it's my problem, but Trump's not going to deport enough people.
Or even better, just once where he said he was sorry about something. Just Trump saying he was sorry about anything. All I can think of is we're going to have to go through this shit of him not being able to admit he could make a mistake, where we had to sit through a 15-minute fucking sorry, Lee, sorry for the language, press conference because he tweeted out a wrong state being hit by a hurricane. We had to look at a drawn Sharpie map because he just couldn't say, "Sorry, Alabama, you're not going to be hit."
Remember when he tweeted like Kofife or something like that?
Kofife in the middle of the night, yes, 3
And
a.m.
then the Trump campaign was like, or the Trump White House, the press secretary or whatever was a woman. She was like, "Oh no, his followers know what that was about." Yeah, that was a message to his
Right,
followers.
it was accusing, yeah. I just can't take it. Just once where Trump said he was wrong on anything.
Let's give Reggie some more time because I know it's going to be difficult. He's going to have to really comb Trump's comments with a fine-tooth comb to find that. Really quickly, the electrician has. Oh, I'm sorry, Nate. Did you figure out what you were going to say?
No, yeah, I did. I did. So as far as someone challenging my good friend Reggie to say something negative about Trump, I can say a couple positive things about Trump and policies I think that he signed that are not terrible ideas. When he was president in his first term, he signed what's called the Right to Try Act, which means that if several doctors admit that there's nothing they can do for you, you are permitted to try medication that is not fully FDA cleared. I find this to be an exceedingly good idea for people who have exercised their options and are out of hope, and I cannot fault Donald J. Trump for signing that. He also signed into legislation, I'm not sure if this is necessary, but I can't disagree with it, that abusing your pets, your animals, is now a federal crime. And you know what? I don't know how much I think about that in terms of
So if you torture a cat or something, that's a federal offense now?
It's now a felony. If you're caught, it's a felony, and Donald Trump signed it.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not trying to advocate for tormenting animals, but like there are things you can do to a human that's not a felony, and that seems worse.
It does seem imbalancedly. What I'm saying is I don't know that I agree with it in terms of policy, but I understand the moral sentiments, so for that I have to give a little bit of credit.
It makes a little bit of sense, yeah. Donald Trump also, I don't agree with this, but I think a lot of left people do. He made it so everywhere in America you have to be 21 or older to buy cigarettes. Well, I don't know older. You have to be 21 to buy tobacco products now. I mean, that's something that comes out of Berkeley or something like that. I mean, that's.
I mean, and the point is that grown adults can give credit to their political adversaries when their political adversaries do things they like. And as much as I don't like Donald J. Trump, when he does something I agree with, I will admit it because I'm not a toddler.
No, I could say what Trump did that was positive was expanding Obama's care for veterans, where now veterans are, if they can't be seen within 20 days at a VA, they go to any doctor they want now. Great. He expanded that. Wonderful.
Wow.
Yeah. Trump expanded that. And absolutely, just like the PACT Act that Nate was talking about, that was expanded under Trump. Trump expanded that from Obama. That was originally you only got a felony if you taped it. If you taped the animal being tortured. Now it's, animal torture in general is just now federal crime. He expanded on that. Great. He did great. He did those things I can agree with. Absolutely. So.
Hey guys, Lord Reggie has tweeted. So, number one, Trump will never admit fault. That's just who he is. So I guess that's his critique of Trump. He doesn't say that specifically, but that's how I read that. And number two, I hated the border wall. I'm going to add a few words here to make it make sense. Since day one, it was a waste of money and ineffective. Okay, well, those I think are two pretty solid. Number one, it goes to the core of who Trump is. And I think this is why he's successful and why Republicans in general are successful. He'll never admit fault. That's just who he is. Okay. Yeah, that seems pretty clearly
Lee,
obvious.
that doesn't surprise me. That doesn't surprise me. Reggie has always been an honest conversationalist as long as I've encountered him. So none of that surprises me.
I like having Reggie on the show. I don't agree with everything, but he is honest, which I want from people on the show. He's not vindictive. And yeah, he hook, line, and sinker. You guys asked for some things, and he says, well, he'll never admit fault, and he hates the border wall. Oddly enough, I like the border wall. The border wall makes perfect sense to me. I don't think that every inch of the border needs to have a wall, but I mean, Biden added to the wall during his presidency. Didn't get a lot of play, but did you guys
Can't
both
read it.
know Biden added to the wall?
I know he was repairing parts of the wall. I didn't know he added to it.
Oh yeah, look it up. I can't give you the details now, but
Oh no, no,
he
I'm
added to
sure
the
you're
wall.
right. I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know. In 2024, can we find something better than a wall? I mean, they've been going around. Everyone's been going around walls forever. We either climb it or go underneath it if there's a wall in the way.
So
But
I
but
could
it
be
also
wrong.
stops things like animal migration and stuff. So
Yeah, that's a real problem. There are some, you
Yeah.
say, ecological concerns.
Right,
But
like-
from what I understand, I could be wrong here. And if I am, please let me know. And I apologize, the electrician. We're going to get to your messages over on stereo. Please leave more messages. I believe the vast majority of the people who cross illegally at the border, kind of two general ways. There are vast stretches of the border that are not protected by a physical barrier. Sometimes that's like a Humvee will drive through. They'll have drones. They'll have, I don't know, you name it, satellite something. So maybe they're not catching you the moment you cross, but since it's out in the middle of nowhere, they catch you before you reach civilization, sort of a thing. Then number two, people will just go to the border wall at a point of entry and they will request asylum and they will be allowed to come into the United States. They'll be given like a court date and then they just never show up. I do not believe that actual physical border wall is being dug under, is being like they bring ladders with them and just go over the wall. I believe the wall is effective, as in the people who just want to walk into the country go to a different part that doesn't have a wall. And if you have a prison but you have a door and you let people in and out, well, that's kind of your own fault. So if we allow people to come in and request asylum and then we let them into the country and say, please come back, and then they don't, well, that's our fault. And in fact, another thing that the Biden administration has done in this last 4 years, they have really restricted who can and how many people can request asylum. That's once again something that the Democrats have done.
Lee, can I offer my thoughts on the wall?
Sure. Now, of course, Shannon has just really quickly proven me wrong with some sort of tunnel, so we'll get to that here in a moment. But yes, apostate Nate.
No, those are big. Those good tunnels, especially.
Lee, I got a real simple reservation about a wall. Walls can keep people out, but they can also keep people in. And there's no guarantee you're going to love your government. I got to say no on the walls.
Well, apostate Nate, if you're worried
I've
about
looked at
the
North
southern
Korea.
wall keeping us in the country, then that means we need to have tanks and helicopters and bazookas to be able to fight off the
Well,
US
I'd be
military.
worried about that if I lived on that border, Lee. Sure, I'd be worried about it. It's not going to be perfect, but a government can absolutely weaponize a border. It's also a wall with barbed wire and fencing and everything else. Yeah.
Well, the
Not a
thing
family.
is I don't live next to the southern border, so I would have to walk a really long time to try to get there, and I don't think I would last that long. So for me, it doesn't matter. But hey, if you live in Texas or Arizona or New Mexico, okay, I still don't think that's a concern, but it's not happening to me, man. Like,
I don't know. I just find it weird in 2024. We're going back, 2020, whenever he put up the wall, 2016, that there's so much technology out there that we can't do it better than a wall. I mean,
well, so that's what I was saying, is that some of the wall has already been built. So even if it wasn't the best thing to build, you don't tear it down because it's there, right? But there are vast stretches of the border where they will have, like I said, horse patrols, car patrols. They will have drones. They'll have cameras. I mean, it it's a wall across the entire border, whether or not it's a physical wall or it's a surveillance wall or it's a what would you call patrols? It's a patrolled wall, right? So there's a wall pretty much everywhere, but I think generally the talking point for Republicans is just we'll just build a physical wall and that'll be more effective. I don't know if it's cost effective if you actually did the math, and I'm sure someone
Right.
has. To build an entire wall, even though that would be more secure, is not cost effective and reasonable. But I think you could build more than we have now in certain key locations, and that would be worth it. And Democrats will never admit that. Even Biden, who added to the wall, they will never admit that publicly in a speech like, oh, I'm proud of adding to the wall, because they always say, oh, the wall doesn't keep anybody out.
Well, I'm sure it keeps some out, but it doesn't keep determined people out.
No, I mean,
I mean, there
if
are numerous videos of people going over the wall.
Yeah, but if you go to the farm in whatever Dakota it was that we played the CNN video with the farmer who voted for Trump and hopes that he doesn't actually kick everybody out of the country the way he says he does. The vast majority of people he employs, if we had a physical wall inch by inch on the border, they would not be here.
Yeah,
Come on,
they'd
you
be
have
coming
to
through
admit
Canada. No, I agree. No, well, I don't know. I mean,
no, come on.
Because
You have some people get past.
You admitted,
but if you
no,
literally
but
had
I mean,
a wall,
but even you admitted they come in and they just overstay. That's like the majority of illegal immigrants, right? They come in
I
legally
think
and
I think
overstay.
if you're from Asia, because you have to fly in, but anyone who can walk from Central and South America, as in they walk to the border,
Yeah.
whether or not they walked there from
Or they pay a coyote to get across.
Argentina,
Or,
they were on the foot by the time they got there, one way or the other. That's a different situation. I think you really cut down on that if you have a wall everywhere, and if you severely limit asylum the way Joe Biden has done in the last 4 years.
Right. Yeah. I mean, but a lot of, yeah. I mean, but I suppose if you're walking, yes, because you're coming from Canada, but you'd still have to fly in, I suppose. No one's coming from, the outreaches of the Arctic to come down here.
Yeah. So, that's the next step. But if you look at immigration to the United States, just percentage wise, I don't think we're worried about the people who fly in. The big chunk are the people who come from Central and South America. And those are the chunk that need the most help. If someone flies in from Hong Kong, they're more likely to be well educated and have skills versus I can do manual labor. And these are the problems in a country where we don't even have help for homeless people. And also, if you fly in from Asia, what are the ethnicities? What are the cultures that do the best in the United States? Asia, India, actually Africa. African immigrants do much better than born and raised Black Americans. Difference in culture, they look exactly the same. And in fact, a lot of the people who come from Africa are much darker skinned than many of the mixed racial ethnic heritage that we have in the United States for so many reasons. And if you look at the statistics, is anyone surprised why certain groups do better than others when certain groups beat it into their kids that they have to be doctors, they have to be engineers, and they focus on education? What are the groups that don't do so well? Born and raised African American and Latinos, Hispanics from all over Central and South America. Is anyone surprised by that?
But Cubans do.
Well, I mean, you have what's his name in Florida.
Cubans seem to do pretty well.
We'd have to look at the demographics, but once again, Cubans have special status, and they don't walk; they come by a raft. It's a different situation. But I mean, we've talked about these. You've probably been there a bazillion times. We've talked about these things. It's like it just is. People can discuss why it is, but it is. And that's who we're talking about when we build the wall. We're not keeping Chinese people out when we have a southern secure border. We're not keeping Kenyans out when we have a southern secure border.
Right. It's South America. Yeah.
Yeah. And if you look at the people in the United States who need the most help, it's Central and South American immigrants and illegal immigrants, both legal and illegal. They need the most help in the United States out of the new arrivals.
Oh, yeah. I thought you meant in general, but no, yeah, new arrivals, absolutely.
Yeah. And why is that? They're the least skilled. They come from some of the least modernized, least stable, countries, that sort of a thing. But then again, there are many nations in Africa that have some of these issues as well. And African immigrants generally, from the statistics we've talked about on the show, do much better than Central and South American immigrants. So it also just, if you're from a poor, unstable country, it also has to do with culture and work ethic.
True. I mean, yeah, I mean, we've talked about the statistics before. I mean, even people from like Pakistan or that come over do better than, and they're terribly poor,
Well, Shannon, congratulations, you're a racist.
Oh. You keep calling me this every show.
Yeah. Well, it's because it's true. I mean, it's just call spade a spade, Lee. Yeah. Shannon's a racist. It's okay. Joe Biden's a racist. It's okay. He built the wall. He denied asylum. He limited asylum. He deported more people than Trump. You're just as racist as hunky Joe Biden.
Lee, isn't life crammed once you start to look at like the facts and the numbers and like what actually happened? The rhetoric is one thing, but if your rhetoric is cool and you manage to deport more people than the inflammatory rhetorician, guess what? You're worse by a mile.
Arguably. I think that we talked about this maybe 2 weeks ago or something. There are some things that have made it more likely that Biden would deport more than Trump, but it also was a conscious choice. He could have consciously chosen to not do this, and there are things he could have implemented, but he did the opposite. He specifically locked down asylum in some ways. He added to the wall. His rhetoric did not match his actions. You're right. But if he wanted to, he could have made sure that he did not deport more people than Trump, and he didn't have to.
Absolutely, Lee. Absolutely.
By 3 people, he could have made it clearly that he did not deport more people than Trump, and he chose not to. That was a conscious choice, even if it was easier for him to deport people than Trump, which I think seems to be the case. He could have gone against it. You can always go against the current, especially as a Democrat when your supposed values are the opposite. And you just, I support his decision. I mean, I'm for a secure border. That's why I'm not completely throwing up thinking about mass deportations and millions of people being removed from the country, because what's the other side of this? It just keeps going. I mean, at the very least, this sends a message. If they start mass deportations, do you think more people, the same amount of people, or less people are going to be coming from Central and South America? I mean, clearly that sends a message. Does it do a lot of damage? Does it hurt a lot of people? Absolutely. But you don't get to be an American just because you want to. And this is not Finland. We do not have the social services to help people the way that most other rich countries do. And for many different reasons, that's the case. So I'm okay with Trump putting his foot down, and I'm interested in how this plays out. Now, it might be like a Susan Collins moment Shannon, I may learn to regret this, but at this point, I want to see someone try because no one has done this yet. And if someone had done this 20 years ago, if someone had done this 10 years ago, it would have been better than doing it now. You know, it's like anything, you kick the can down the road, it gets harder and harder to rip off that bandage and make a change. So if he doesn't do it now, is someone going to do it 20 years from now when it's 20 million, 15 million, whatever it is? I want to see him try. I want it to be legal, even if it's cruel, even if it's harsh. I want it to be legal. I want it to be documented. I want to know what's going on, but I also want it to be decisive. I want it to send a message. I want people to understand that America is for Americans. It doesn't mean just Americans who are born here, but it means people who come in legally, follow the process with all of its flaws, and for people who are born here because they're okay. They just have the benefit of the doubt. They were born here, and it's hard to kick people out who are born here, even if they're pieces of shit. This is how every other country in the world that we're allied with operates, and it's about damn time that we do the same. It's News Debate. I'm Lee. I apologize. Let's jump over here to stereo and hear from the electrician. This is strange. I'm having a hard time getting this to play. One moment here.
One of them's too young to be in school. Two of them are too young to be in school yet. They will be homeschooled, so they're going to do homeschool activities as the other kids do homeschool. Hey, one of the promises that Donald Trump, I don't know about a promise, but one of the things that he announced that he's going to do, I'm a homeschool family. I don't know if you know that, Lee News Debate, but I'm a homeschool family. I've got 9 kids. I got 1 kid in public school and 8 kids that are going to be homeschooled that are homeschooled. One of them's too young to be in school. 2 of them are too young to be in school yet. They will be homeschooled, so they're going to do homeschool activities as the other kids do homeschool activities. They're going to be along for the ride anyhow. Anyway, I do believe that I'll get it's only a tax deduction. I'm not sure exactly, but it's $10,000. I think it's just for one family. If it's per kid, that'd be good, but I don't think I'll spend $10,000 per kid. But I do definitely spend a lot of money on homeschooling, whether it's homeschool sports, homeschool lunches, homeschool space in my house for them to do homeschool, like, whatever. But I can make, the $10,000 in receipts pretty easily.
So apologies to everybody over on stereo. I had an issue, but obviously I got it to work now. So I played that message like 3 times. But I was not aware of this. I'm over on ChatGPT now, sharing this on twitch.tv/NEWZ debate and also rumble.com/user/NEWZ debate.
He came out with that for 10,000 per child.
So this is what it has. President-elect
family.
Trump has outlined several initiatives, tax-free savings, 529 education accounts to allocate up to $10,000 per child annually, tax-free for homeschooling expenses. Okay. Trump intends to ensure that homeschooling families have full access to benefits available to public school students, including participation in athletic programs, club, after-school activities, and educational trips. That seems odd because I think that's always been the case. You just had to make sure your kids were vaccinated. We've covered that in detail on several previous shows. You are always allowed to choose how your child interacts with a local public school. But if they do so, they have to be vaccinated. So maybe he's saying he's going to get rid of that mandate. I'm not sure what that is. And he advocates for universal school choice, which includes subsidies that parents can use for private tuition, homeschooling materials, and other expenses. These proposals are part of his broader Agenda 47 plan, which emphasizes parental rights and aims to expand educational options for families across the U.S. Did you have anything to add to that, Shannon?
I was just curious how he's going to do it if he's getting rid of the DOE, since the subsidies come from the Department of Education already.
Well, I'm sure that's just an accounting thing. If you get rid of the DOE, you just roll the subsidies into something else.
Into where? Who's going to pay them out? Who's going to?
So I think I can go back up here. Yes, here it is. So from the Project 2025, eliminate the Department of Education and transferring responsibilities to states and other federal agencies.
So it's going to be up to the states who gets what?
This is a good question, but I don't think.
I'm just curious.
Yeah, I don't think getting rid of the Department of Education is like getting rid of federal protection for abortion. I don't think that it just goes away and everything associated with it goes away. I think they want to get rid of the department, and certain things will, as they said, be reallocated to the states and or other federal agencies. I can't tell you what that means, but that seems reasonable. You have to have something attached to education at the federal level, even if you don't have a department. You can imagine that we have many different things that in theory could be their own departments, but they're just part of other federal wings.
Well, Lee, it's a good thing we got Linda McMahon as head of the Department of Education. You know, it's that appointment, Lee, that makes me think Trump is actually just trolling us. That he has no serious intentions, and he's actually just trolling us and having fun. I can't think of any reason why Linda McMahon would be qualified to run the Department of Education.
Well, that is.
Come on, she lied about being a teacher. Come on, she lied to get on the Board of Education here in Connecticut.
She failed, like, was it several times to get elected to Congress, right,
Yes.
for Connecticut?
Yep. Come on. That's the qualification. She lied.
And here's the thing, her husband, Vince McMahon, is a serial piece of shit. You want to talk about a bad human being, look no further than Vincent McMahon.
I really don't think he's any worse than someone who runs a healthcare company that's built on denying people healthcare.
Oh, I think he's just as bad, and I think he'd do the same, if not worsely.
But my point is I think anybody at a certain level, especially from what I understand of the WWE, the way that it kind of absorbed other companies and the way that it built its brand, and it's based on violence from the very get-go. I don't think anybody who goes through that sort of life pathway and has that much success could be any different. So I don't know the details of Linda McMahon or her husband, but kind of going to something that I've said previously on many shows, I don't think there's like something. I think it's like 95% of men, and perhaps also women, but as a man, I'll say men. If our life was under intense scrutiny the way that a celebrity or a politician is, we would also be canceled. So I also think that at a certain point when it comes to business, anybody is a piece of shit. So are some people more than others? Okay, sure. But
and that's right. That's where I would roll in Mr. McMahon. And by the way, Lee, if you want some evidence for this, there's a 3-part documentary on Netflix called Mr. McMahon. And it's going to tell you all you need to know.
I just, even if I watched it, I feel like I would just say like, and And I mean,
And he's a special brand of evil, Lee. I can't think of very many people in positions of power that I disrespect as much as Vince McMahon. You're talking about a guy who broke the informal rule of disrespecting regional wrestling. He just did. He just walked in. Okay, he walked in against his own father's traditions and how the rest of the industry operated. Okay,
that might be a big taboo thing to do, but once again, being the CEO of a company that's literally built to deny people health care, I still think that's far worse. I don't. Maybe you don't have a documentary.
I can't. No, Lee, I can't argue that studio wrestling under McMahon has done more damage than scrupulous health CEOs. I mean, I can't argue that. What I'm saying is that Mr. McMahon is of the same type of character that would do that and worse.
Yeah, I think it's called being business. I mean, I think there's a reason that some people do things and other people don't do that at all. It's not that it's because of who you are. It's a lot of the time, I think, who you become, who you have the potential of being. But I don't know. I really think that if we put everyone's life under a microscope, like the teachers you had in high school, the parents of the kids you played with growing up, I really think there's some guy, he's an ethicist or something, a philosopher, and he wrote some article or some research paper about how ordinary people are evil. I think I discussed it like one time on the show a long time ago. Didn't really do it justice, but I truly believe.
Lee, was the author Peter Singer?
I have no idea. I can't remember. It could be.
Well, he's a famous ethicist, and boy, that sounds like something he would say. Only reason why I ask.
I really think like Holocaust level stuff could happen with people who live in the suburbs of Chicago, the suburbs of Denver, the suburbs of New Orleans, the suburbs of Miami. I don't think that was a special sauce. I think that's human nature. So I know this is a broader thing, but if it wasn't Vince McMahon, I guess a better way to put it is I don't think he's special. I think there are countless individuals who could have done that. Just like there's countless individuals in the United States who would happily be the CEO of a company that makes its money denying people health care. Did you see the text messages of the doctor or doctors that gave Matthew Perry ketamine? Like they were joking about how much money they could steal from him when he was buying it off of them or something.
I did read about that, Lee.
Yeah, I mean,
disgusting. Yeah,
these are doctors. Like, no single person I think, if their life came under enough scrutiny, could ever make it through not being canceled. It's the bad luck.
I agree with that, Lee. I agree with that.
Average person who every once in a while, an average person will have something put under the microscope and you'll be like, oh my God, look at this lady who grew up in Philly and she's not a murderer, but like, what a piece of shit. And just unlucky, something happened that exposed her. But is she really that different than the guy down the street, the lady 2 miles over in the other town? I don't think so. So I know this is a weird place to go, but without knowing really anything about Vince McMahon
I think Vince McMahon would enjoy this section of the show very much.
Lee, tell me more about how I'm just like everybody else. Yeah. I think the differences are like personality, almost like handicaps of personality. I'm sure there's a way to describe it better, but like Donald Trump, the way he talks and the way he acts, that's not average. But the decisions he makes as a businessman, I feel like more people could do that. But the way he presents himself, that is much more unique than his history of actions, if that makes sense. And that's why I think he's the one who, I know Mitt Romney was in business, but I think he's the one who just went straight from business to being president because of his personality. rather than the fact that he was just a cutthroat business guy. I mean, there's so many pieces of shit like Vince McMahon and like Donald Trump, but I guarantee you Vince McMahon does not act the way Donald Trump does. I think Donald Trump is, he's not unique. There's probably statistically however many people in the United States who are pieces of shit the way that Donald Trump is, but that is much more of a
Oh, Lee, you
needle
need
nose
to
guy.
watch Mr. McMahon if you want to know about the character, my good friend.
Well, how old is Vince McMahon? Does he have time to run for president again? Because Donald Trump only
he's
has one more
probably
term.
in his 70s. He's got enough plastic surgery at this point to make him look unrecognizable. And look him up. Look up pictures of Vince McMahon from like 1985 versus now. Okay, he's Botox. He's plastic now.
He still looks like he grew. I remember watching him back when it was WWF, and now I look at him. I know he's bigger, like physically stronger, bigger, but he looks like he grew like 6 inches. Wonder if he had that like femur surgery that extends your legs.
I mean, Shannon, if he took
Was there
enough
like a
steroids,
year situation where he was never walking and he was only in chairs? Don't they have to like cut your leg and stretch it and let the
Oh,
bone
I'm sure
grow?
there was. I mean, you could fit that in anywhere. But I mean, he did some really, really dirty stuff there, Lee. I mean, like things from sex trafficking, covering up one of his wrestlers in child sex trafficking and
Hey,
rape.
do you guys remember a certain man who was beloved, and
Jared?
he was a
you talking about Bill Cosby there, Lee?
Yes, yeah. With Jolo pudding.
I'm sorry, Lee. I knew you weren't. I just had to steal your thunder. My apologies.
It turns out after I ate my delicious Jolo pudding cup, I just raped a bunch of unconscious women. So do not tell me that is rare, because you could not write a more tragic story than Bill Cosby. Like, he's just, I know Jared was into like child pornography and stuff, but like, he was a fat guy who just lost weight on Subway sandwiches. Like Bill Cosby, that show.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And the things that he did. I mean, he was like the black Mr. Rogers in many ways, right?
He sure was, Lee. He was
like a hipper,
he was the
cooler Mr.
consistent
Rogers.
example of clean comedy. When I was an evangelical, he was the consistently cited example of clean comedy.
And like, he was like, I believe he was sort of like Obama. Like, he was like telling black men to like, like wear good clothes and like present yourself, and the way that Barack Obama's talked about like black fathers and stuff. Like, he was trying to get like his own community to help itself, in addition to just all the other things he did for everybody. And then he turned out to be a crazy rapist. Like do not tell me that is rare. And he did
so
that
Lee,
for
Lee, let me
years.
tell you a little brief story, if that's okay. That segues with this. I promise I can keep it short.
Really quickly. I want to come back to Bill Cosby being a rapist.
You got it. This is the same story.
Lee, let me tell you, it's more like Vince McMahon than you realize. I want to get to these electrician messages, just because I feel like the further we get into Bill Cosby talk, the less sense these are going to make. So I'm going to try to play a couple of these back to back, as long as there's not big comments that I need to make. Always great to hear from the electrician. I don't always agree with him, but he's not nuts like some people. So let's hear from the electrician on stereo.
To be fair, for several years there was nothing for homeschool as far as any kind of tax breaks or credits or whatever, or tax deductions. Then it was like 300. Then it went to 500. Now I think we're right at around. I think right now it's at 1,200. But Trump says it's going to be 10,000, and I'm happy with that. It might not mean much, but it'll mean something. I think that we can make a wall that's invisible, like the invisible fences they use for pets. I'm not liking any humans to pets or animals. I'm saying we could use that technology There's got to be something that Elon Musk could do where he could put a line of satellites across the border in space. Somehow, if you cross that path at certain locations, and not the proper port of entry, then you get shocked, just like a dog does when they get close to the invisible fence. The technology is there for wireless electricity, but how can they use it and make it so that if you try to cross, you get the zinger? I have friends from Malaysia that had to go back home, and they were compliant and went back home. Like, they majored in a certain subject here in college, and they're great musicians, played a lot of music with some Malaysian people. And once their visa was up and they didn't get a job, the only way they can stay when they're here on a school visa is if whatever their major is if they get a career that surrounds what their major is. If they don't get a career with what their major is, then they just go back home, and that's it. See you later, America. It's been a nice 6 years or whatever, however long they were here, 6 years, because they get a couple years of extensions. So I think it's 4 years and then 2 more years of extensions. Either way, that's the gist of it. Too bad I won't be able to hear my own self-talk. I got to get off. So have a good evening, Lee Newz.
I thought he was going to make a reference to how I don't play messages very quickly, but it was because he had to get off. But even if he had stayed for like 20, 25 minutes, he probably also would not have heard his messages be played. I have to do better. I will do better. Just like Vince McMahon, I will strive to make an empire of news debates. And I will get Botox and become physically fit, and then have my femur cut and stretch so that I'm a taller man. No, so to go back to what he said about homeschooling, I don't know a lot about homeschooling, but as opposed to vouchers, and I'm open to vouchers. If you don't want to send your kid to a public school and there is a different situation that you want to try out, or we could argue is better for whatever reasons, or maybe if it's worse, I kind of like the choice. Maybe if we make the voucher less than the amount of money the public school gets for your kids, it sort of makes you be wise with that amount of money. But I don't think you should just go to a private school and just have to pay 100% of the costs. I'm interested in the government in the United States, not necessarily other countries, but in the United States, for so many reasons, I'm interested in parents having some kind of choice with their tax dollars. Secondly, talking about students who come to the U.S., I don't know about the rule that they have to get a job in their major, but okay, it's not the worst rule I've ever heard of if that turns out to be a thing.
Unless you're Elon Musk, then you can stay, obviously, because he did.
Well, I mean, I'm sure there are countless people who went to school in the United States and stayed for many different reasons. Like I said, I emphasize if that is a rule, and I'm sure different nationalities get treated differently. Whatever the situation is, it's not the craziest thing I've ever heard of. But if you are allowed to come to the United States and attend school from Malaysia, my guess is you paid for that. So you're basically paying for the right to come to the United States. And I don't want to reward visas and green cards and citizenship just because you can pay for it. So the way he described that story, I'm not too upset by that. They came to the United States, they received a better education than they would have in Malaysia, and then they went home.
Yeah, it says you could stay 5 years on a student visa and then up to an additional 12 months post-graduation. So that's
okay. And I don't generally see a problem with that.
No, I don't see a problem with that.
Yeah. So as presented, if that holds up, like, okay. He didn't seem to be particularly upset about it either, but he offered the story, and I'm just like, okay, that seems like a successful. He came to the US, didn't get a job, and he went home. I don't understand why people seem to think that people have a right to be American just because they want to. I mean, go to the richest countries in the world that do the most for their citizens. It's much harder than in the US. And if we acted like they did, we would have more money in theory for people in America who need that help. Now, I say in theory because we're afraid of socialism, so maybe that wouldn't be a reality, but at least it would be technically possible, and it's not really technically possible now. So thank you for those stories, the electrician. And yeah, I'm for helping out homeschool parents. We have to get into the nuance of that discussion, but I think it should be more than zero, which I guess it was back in the day. And if you come to school in the United States, we don't owe you anything. We gave you a great education. You're welcome. Now, really quickly, before we get back to crazy rapist Jello pudding cup.
I want my Jello pudding pops back. God damn, those were good as I was a kid.
Did they get rid of like every product that Bill Cosby endorsed? Is it just like not available anymore?
I don't know what else he endorsed. I remember him as Fat Albert, but I don't remember him endorsing any products but pudding pops. Or Jello pudding. But they didn't get rid of Jello pudding, but they did get rid of the pudding pops.
Well, I mean, Subway didn't go away. So I feel like if Subway can survive Jared, Jello pudding pops could have survived Bill Cosby, but all right, whatever. Maybe they just weren't popular anymore. Sports Rumble has left us many, many messages, and most of them I have not played, just like normal. I go for the good ones, and more often than not, the good ones aren't there. But he did leave a message about Bill Cosby that I would like to play.
Bill Cosby is a tragic story about how when you have money and power and other people have more money and power and they want to take you down, they will take you down. Because Bill Cosby had a ton of oil on his property and he was getting ready to buy NBC when all this came out. So it's more of a tragic story of if you have a whole lot of power and other people have more power and they want to take you down, they're going to.
So I wanted to play that to demonstrate. Can you imagine how hard it is for me? Sports Rumble leaves a lot of messages, and I appreciate the engagement. But when he leaves messages, and a lot of the times I don't get, this is the thing that's really frustrating about stereos, that the same user, when I'm using the same device, and I think he's probably using the same device as well, sometimes we'll get transcripts and sometimes I won't. When I don't get transcripts with Sports Rumble, I'm just like, oh man, like I'm not going down that rabbit hole. On today's show, I have a transcript.
Lee, that's my favorite. That's my favorite is an unscripted Sports Rumble post. Sports Rumble, if you can hear me, you keep talking, my good.
Just it's like a Jimmy Fallon thing where they have like you're gonna do a song in the style of Elvis Presley, and it's singing "Twinkle Twinkle Little Star," like something like that. Like, just give him a topic and then add like a flavor to it. So, okay, we're talking about murderers and NBC, or sorry, rapists and NBC. Okay, well, it was Bill Cosby. He was gonna buy NBC, and he had oil. It's like, oh my god. So it is hard because I have to really go through and read each transcript. But I wanted to play this one because I've never heard of this at all, and it got me thinking. I don't think he's not a rapist, but is there any truth to the fact that that's how he first got attention, and then people started being like, oh no, he's been a rapist for a long time, but they wouldn't have noticed because of this? I have no idea. Here's what ChatGPT has to say. Sports Rumble, the gift that keeps on giving. ChatGPT, I'm sharing this on twitch.tv/NEWZ debate and rumble.com/user/NEWZ debate. The claims about Cosby trying to buy NBC and having oil on his property have been discussed widely, but are often misunderstood or exaggerated. The idea that Cosby attempted to buy NBC has circulated for a long time. He expressed interest in purchasing NBC in the early 1990s. However, there's no concrete evidence the effort went beyond initial discussions and actually became serious. Purchasing NBC would have required billions of dollars, which he had nothing close to that. Some supporters of Cosby have alleged that his legal troubles were a result of his efforts to buy NBC. However, no. It's not what ChatGPT says, but basically what it says could be summed up as in no. There have been unverified claims that Cosby owned land rich in oil reserves, which supposedly made him a target for legal troubles. However, there's no credible documentation of this. Cosby is known to own multiple properties, but no evidence that they sit on oil reserves. Conclusion: false, false, false. The only grain of truth, and this is the sad, there's always a grain of truth, Cosby did express interest in buying NBC, but there was nothing more than that. So basically, if I said, hi, I'm Lee, I do a show called Newz Debate on Twitter Spaces, I'd like to buy NBC, that's as much as Cosby did. But it's unfortunate.
And he probably said it in one of his stand-up shows.
I'd like
But
to
I
buy
did put all the
NBC.
stuff that he was involved in his advertising. New Coke, I guess he did New Coke too, and that's gone.
Okay, yes,
So-
this is from Wikipedia. I'll just do a
I
quick
know it's
browse of
Wikipedia,
this.
you hate it, but it was the
It's okay.
easiest one that listed all
Is
his.
there a list that I can just read from really quickly? Oh, New
It's
Coke.
just in the thing in the intro there. It's like Texas Instruments, Jello pudding pops.
Oh,
Coke,
yeah,
New
okay.
Coke.
White Owl cigars, Jello Frosty Ice Pop, Pudding Pop, Del Monte. That's like fruit, right? Ford, Coca-Cola, the American Red Cross, Texas Instruments. That's like the calculator, right? The 1990 United States Census. Can you imagine being a woman? Knock, knock, knock. You open the door. Bill Cosby is asking you to fill out his census. He's holding a wine bottle. Can I help
In
you?
1980, you'd probably be all right with that.
Yeah, he would be. He was one of the first black people to appear in the United States as an advertising spokesperson. Wow. In the 1980s, studies found Cosby the most familiar and most persuasive spokesperson, to the point where Cosby attributed his wealth to these contracts as opposed to his television series. Oh, okay. So he's like an athlete who sure makes money being an athlete, but they make much more money from signing with Nike or whatever. Okay. Interesting. All right. Well, that's Bill Cosby, the rapist, who we all thought was someone else. Apostate Nate, you had a story you wanted to go to. My apologies. Needed to catch up. Do you still
Lee, it's
remember
your-
that story?
I remember the story, Lee, and
All
it's your
right.
show. No apologies for making me wait. So I just wanted to offer some support to what you were saying about the idea that it is more common than we think for this type of behavior. And I learned a hard lesson about this last year when probably the punk band in
I
the
was
United States
raped
of
by
America.
Bill Cosby.
I was not raped by Bill Cosby, but
It feels to
I
get
can
that
tell you
trauma.
that
It feels
a-
good to get that trauma off your chest, doesn't it?
Wait, listen. One of the most beloved punk bands in America. If you love punk rock, it's not a name like Taylor Swift. Okay, but if you know punk rock, you know who Anti-Flag is from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And for years, they were a social force. I mean, they would print Noam Chomsky quotes in their album records. They would set up charities for victims of sexual assault. They would publicly, during their shows, promote nothing but progressive causes. So you would think, this is the band that I can trust.
But
Well, last
I'm
year,
guessing this was the band that was like the Republican who hates gay people and talks about the purity of marriage, and then turns out to be banging some guy.
The hypocrisy here, Lee, was that the lead singer, and if you want to read Rolling Stone had a front page article about this, a huge article about Anti-Flag and their frontman, whose stage name is Justin, the name Justin Sane, S-A-N-E. So there's a pun there, Justin Sane. There was a podcast last year where a very, very small podcast that was designed to support victims of sexual abuse only had a few hundred listeners, Lee. And a girl went on there and told her story. Everybody knew who she was talking about. And the next day, Anti-Flag was disbanded instantly. And you can read all about it. There's at least half a dozen women who have come out against the lead singer. And that leads me to this point, Lee, and this is why I wanted to add this. If Bill Cosby is a suspect, if Anti-Flag is a suspect, everybody is a suspect.
Yeah, I mean, Matt Gaetz looks like he could have. I don't know. Were there any, Shannon? You knew a lot about this. Were there any allegations that he raped an underage girl against? I know that you can't give consent sometimes based on your age, but there's a difference between someone who's willing, who cannot legally give their consent, versus someone who is unable to give their consent and they also say, "Get off of me, creep." Did he do the double no consent, or was it just that he paid for sex allegedly with someone who was younger than 18?
It was definitely a violation of consent. Absolutely. In fact, Lee, I can't
legal
do it
consent
here.
or
Yes.
like anyone
Yes.
at any age just says no consent.
I don't think she was a minor, but I mean, it was definitely a
Yeah, no, that
violation
was the
of
thing
consent.
with Gates, was that she was under 18 and he paid for sex. That was the allegation, right, Shannon?
Yes, absolutely. She was, and he took her across state lines, flying her.
Yeah, I remember
to
that.
different places.
So this was a congressional like ethics thing. So I don't know that has any legally binding criminality to it, but it's certainly, if it's not, the statute of limitations could lead to that. I assume it won't, but in theory it could.
And this is why the women choose the bear.
The bear?
The bear in the woods. Would you rather be with a bear in the woods or a strange man? This was a big thing going around TikTok, and the women
Would
were
you
like,
rather
"We'll
be
choose the
with
bear."
a bear in
thank you.
the woods or a member of Congress? Yeah, that's an even better one.
No,
So
or a
my
male,
point,
or a strange
my
man.
point to bring up Gates is that I guarantee you, whatever he's accused of, let's just say for a moment he did it, he's by no means the only person in Congress who has done that. He's the one that got caught. And I'm talking about Democrats, I'm talking about Republicans. That's what I'm talking about. Is that not only could that be your neighbor, but especially people who make certain successful moves in their life, like Vince McMahon. I hope you're smoking the joint or something. Apostate.
No, I'm just
sounds
coughing.
really good.
I'm just coughing. No, I'm not smoking a joint, Lee.
Next
I'm
time, just
having
go
a
ahead and lie to
garden
me.
variety
It's a better story if you're coughing because you're smoking.
Yes.
a joint.
Yes. Okay,
but-
Lee, I just smoked a big fatty,
There it
and
is.
it's about
That's
to
all I
kick
was-
in. Thank you.
That's all I was asking for. So that just plays into what I was saying before. So would you rather be with a bear or a strange man? It's because I think average people are capable of rape. In fact, they have to be, right? Because isn't it a significant amount of women have been raped in their life? Like, that has to be average men are capable of rape, right?
1 in 4.
Yeah,
One in four
that
women.
has to be average men, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it has to be. So I know that we're moving away from Trump's campaign promises. In all
really.
fairness to Trump, this is not his campaign promise. But it just goes into, aside from Trump's weird personality and the way he is so Trump-like, everything you can say about him. I think a lot of men, if you knew what they've done their entire life, a little more similar than I think a lot of people are willing to admit. I think women are better than men when it comes to this, but also women are pieces of shit. In fact, we've talked about it on the show. When it comes to just initiating physical violence, women are much more likely to initiate physical violence in a romantic relationship than men. It's just if women do it, it's like a slap to the face, or it could be worse, but okay, maybe it's a slap to the face most of the time. If men do it, maybe you have to go to the hospital. So if we just cared about physical violence in relationships, women would actually be the aggressors. Statistically, that's been shown. So, of course, it's the severity, but also just as a society, we don't take seriously that versus a man beating up a woman. So there's cultural biases. There's the sleeper candidate that we had no idea that Bill Cosby was a rapist. I mean, O.J. Simpson was a pro football player who was in the police academy. Like, I guess there were probably signs, but like, just as a casual fan, you're telling me that the Juice, the guy who played football and was the funny guy in the police academy, he was like the sidekick. He wasn't the main character.
Naked Gun
Sorry,
movies he was into.
not Police Academy. How dare I? Yes, the Naked Gun. Thank you. He murdered his wife and some other guy. Oh yeah, he totally did. Oh, he totally fucking murdered those two people. Like, so there's biases, race. From what I understand with the O.J. Simpson thing, they played up the race card a lot. I mean, there's so many different reasons that we can't see what's right in front of our faces. But it doesn't mean it's not there. It doesn't mean it's not there all the fucking time. Where am I going with this? Oh man, do I not know? It's News Today, and I'm Lee. Okay, let's see if we can. We've been going 3.5 hours. Is there anything else that we specifically want to talk about when it comes to campaign promises? I guess we could
the
talk.
Ukraine war that he's supposed to end before he gets into office.
So clearly, I don't think that's going to happen, but I do think
No.
that Trump could force a resolution with Ukraine more than Biden, because you have to have a dick, like you have to have a bully. Well, about Biden, I don't think he's particularly a bully. Like,
No.
does that
But
make sense,
didn't-
Shannon and Apostate Nate? I feel like if there was going to be
Yeah,
a
no, he's
resolution
not
that
a
the
bully,
U.S.
no.
would broker, it would be Trump.
I don't know. It depends. Well, I mean, it'd be easier if he sided with Putin, but yeah, he could do it that way. I don't think Zelensky would side. I think Ukraine's too far in now.
Well,
I mean, we might put out our money,
I
but-
mean, the Republicans don't like Putin, so I don't think Republicans would take a very Putin heavy deal. Like, I mean, Republicans hate Russia. From what I understand, the ideas that he has floated or his team has floated that seem like reasonable are the ones that are saying we're not going to give Ukraine aid unless they come to the table and they're willing to accept some concessions. And I don't know what he hasn't planned to try to get Russia to accept a deal, but I think that he does have Ukraine by the balls. I mean, America has Ukraine by the balls. If it wasn't for America, Ukraine would have fallen already. It's not Europe, it's the United States, and we're not any fucking where Europe is, so it's just ridiculous. So if he says we're cutting you off, even if it's just a threat, you never know with Trump. So then if he makes the deal sweet enough for Russia, but allows them to kind of conclude that they were victorious, maybe that's the way he convinces Russia. I have no idea. I could look up some of these details.
I don't know. Maybe he's just ignoring it because he's just coming out with all these other ones, Panama, Greenland, Canada. Hasn't mentioned Ukraine in quite a while.
He has not. No, but he did mention it at some point. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to do anything with Greenland. I think that's too much of an ask. I could imagine applying pressure to Panama and maybe like purchasing the Panama Canal back. I don't know that we would take it via like military force, but maybe we would like economically blackmail them or something. And nothing's going to happen with Canada. Any difference in
No.
opinion?
Oh, no, absolutely not. I could see him doing maybe a blockade in Panama if he wanted to really put pressure on them. Because the Suez Canal isn't that big, or the Panama Canal isn't that big.
Is that all the big ones? Have we missed any major Trump campaign promises? He's kind of all over the board with abortion, so I don't know if there's one I can think of there. Plus, now that it's out of the federal standard, I don't know what else he could do. Is there anything else we're missing, Nate or Shannon or anybody else who's listening right now?
Lee, I seem to remember that Trump has given some rhetoric to the idea of getting God back in schools. Is he going to do that? Good question.
Well, you don't need Trump to do that. Was it Texas or Oklahoma that's already been making some progress on that?
Oklahoma has made voluminous amounts of purchases for the Trump Study Bible.
It's literally called the Trump Bible.
Yeah, there's a Trump Bible.
Yeah, I know he sold them. So the Bibles they want to use in public schools in Oklahoma are the ones that they bought from Trump. Is that what you're referring to?
This is happening.
Oh.
But it's not only the Bible that's in there. It also has like the Constitution and a bunch of other stuff in with the Bible, and in Trump's Bible.
Oh, so his Bible has extra stuff in there. Oh, I didn't realize.
Yeah.
Wow.
But let's see, campaign promises that he's made that we haven't covered. Let's see, we did the Ukraine war, carry out mass deportations, cut federal fundings to schools that teach critical race theory and transgender issues. Roll back Biden's electric vehicle.
He's been heavy on the DEI and transgender and critical race theory, but I think generally that also I would say falls into just republicanism and as we've pointed out, Shannon, even Democrats are hesitant to write a blank check on transgender issues in the United States.
Right. Replace Obamacare, expand child tax credits, take on pharmaceutical oh no, that's Harrison. Sorry. I
was going to say that sounds like a Bernie Sanders platform.
The wrong one. Sorry, they were comparing the two. No income, no taxes on Social Security, ending taxes on tips, I think taxes on overtime. But yeah, replace Obamacare. I'm still waiting because he said he was going to have a plan out in 2 weeks. That was better than Obamacare. It's been a damn long 2 weeks, and that was in his first term. But he has concepts of a plan. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, that is. I will admit there are some things you just can't pay attention to with Trump, and timelines are probably one of those. Although, if he didn't do it the first day, I'm not surprised. But I really do think if he pardoned, I guess all would be a loaded term because what does that mean? But if he pardoned like clearly a vast majority of the January 6th people who've been sentenced, like that sends an enormous message that Trump's back and 2.0 is even better. I really think he might do that because that from day one sends an enormous message, and I think he has some capital built up for pardons on the first day because of what Joe Biden has done with his son, and also pardoning all those federal death row inmates and commutations for like the cash for kids guys. Sorry, he commuted their sentences. Yes,
that's better.
And then he commuted the sentences of people who were in house arrest, like the guy who sold kids to private prisons, the judge. So since that has just happened, I
Oh yeah,
don't
he'll
know.
get a lot of play with that, with the pardons. Absolutely. I
Yeah.
think I'll absolutely do that day one. That'll be, and I truly think they're going to overturn Obamacare just because that's what Johnson said. That was on the table for one of the first things they were looking at.
Although
And
that would
now
be
he's
like the
Speaker.
90,000th attempt to do that, right? So if they finally got it, I guess it just proves once again that Republicans don't say never. But
Right.
boy, is that a really losing track record up until that point.
Yep.
Reggie tweets, Obamacare was a massive mess and still is a massive mess. Unfortunately, no one has bothered to try to fix or replace it. Yes and no. Obamacare has done a lot of good. You have benefited, Reggie, from Obamacare, but it was a bad idea from the get-go because it was giving money to private companies that are based on denying people health care. It would have made much more sense to just go with a public option that would have been cheaper and more transparent and based on helping people, even if it's inefficient because it's run by the government, versus every private healthcare company out there in the United States.
Well, that, Reggie, and you have to realize it depends where you live. If you live in a blue state, you got much better Obamacare than if you lived in a red state that didn't give the subsidies and the stuff to get more insurance companies in your area. So you didn't have the choices. Like I go on the Affordable Care Act website to get new insurance, and I have a choice of like 50 plans. But you go to someone in a red state, they have a choice of 2, and they both suck.
And since the mandates for needing to have health care, otherwise you get a tax penalty, which was upheld by Justice John Roberts, Chief Justice John Roberts, said it was constitutional to tax people for health care violations. Conservative judges every once in a while stick to the law. Because that has not been upheld consistently, it hurts the Obamacare marketplace because it's based on everybody has to buy a plan. So therefore, these piece of shit companies that make money off of people getting denied healthcare can make money because if everyone's insured, they'll make money off the mostly not sick people. And the money that they're forced to expend on sick people is covered. Because Obamacare with mandates and all these other things, it forces some money to be spent on sick people. But then when you only have sick people signing up for health care, of course, that's an even worse situation for horrible, shitty, for-profit healthcare companies in the United States. So the way it's been implemented past the original Obama terms has been problematic. The system is not perfect. But like Shannon just mentioned, if you live in a very liberal area, it's much better than if you live in a conservative area. And what would we replace that with? What we have now is better than what we had before because it's mandated to help more people now than it was before. So the only way that you could fix it would be to force everybody to have health care and probably continue to have additional mandates. But the only way to replace it and make an improvement would be to offer a public option, like just having Medicare for all. Any disagreement, Nate or Shannon?
No, they would. I mean, if they just if for some reason, let's say it's overturned, day one or whatever, and then the Supreme Court backs it, says, "Yep, that it's overturned. Can't have the regulations that were put in with Obamacare." Well, that's gonna throw millions off of insurance, whether it be from pre-existing conditions or being a woman and paying more or being over the age of 18 and on your parents' insurance.
Which is cheaper and more efficient? People who have health care or people who don't have health care?
People who have health care.
People who have health care. Yes.
Absolutely. Because
So
you're
if it's
going,
shot down by the courts, it means it's even worse than it was before.
absolutely. Because all these things that you don't realize that were in Obamacare that are good, there are some bad, absolutely. Yes. But there was a ton of good done. Like not having catastrophic policies, not having, not paying more just because you're a woman, covering birth control, not being able to stay on your insurance after you graduate high school, on your parents' insurance till you graduate college at 26. That's great. I mean, I was older than that, but
Till like Chris Farley graduate. Yeah, a lot of people go to college for 7 years. Yeah, they're called doctors. Yeah. Hopefully you got out of college a little bit before 26, but okay, decent point.
well, yeah, but when you're in college, you could, whatever. But it's better than being cut off at 18 and then trying to get, a job that gives you benefits, some sort of benefits, so you can try to stay healthy, in case you break your arm or do something stupid on a weekend that we've all done, that you could break all, go get stitches and
So
it doesn't.
I'm trying to think of a
corrupt
good
you.
analog here, Shannon. Can we think of anything that clearly, if you go backwards, you might in one or two ways have some benefits, like it opens up the free market entirely, but at the same time, everything else gets worse. It's like, okay,
Well, the problem with opening it to with the free market was then they had these catastrophic plans and people didn't know that they were only covered in catastrophic instances. Like just breaking your arm, no, that's not covered. You're
Okay,
in the
so
ICU. Oh, that's covered.
let me throw this one out there. You have a dam and it's preventing a town from just being destroyed by, a 20-foot high wall of water, and it's leaking. Okay, you can try to fix the dam, but it's still structurally deficient. You really need to build a new dam, and you need to build a stronger dam, single payer, Medicare for all. Okay, that's the stronger.
Yeah, that's not going to happen under.
You also could just blow up the dam and say, hey, let physics be physics. We're just going to let it play out how the water wants, right? It's the free market of water. Well, everybody in the town drowns. Well, some people in the town might live in Trump Tower, and they're going to be fine. The first couple of floors are going to flood, but the people up top are going to be okay. The people who prepared, the people who are self-sufficient, okay, yeah, but like most other people are going to be worse off, aka drowned to death. I hope that made sense. You just can't unplug Obamacare. It has done so much good, and it's put in the structure that people have gotten used to. I depend on the government for mandates, so I don't pay more for a woman, so that my kids have health insurance after they hopefully graduate from college before they're fucking younger than 26. And you have no pre-existing condition loopholes, so they can't deny you coverage. It needs to be better,
And
but
I
you
don't know
can't
how
get
old
rid
you
of
are,
that.
Reggie. I don't know how old you are, Reggie, but I can give you how it was before Obamacare, because I was working before Obamacare and had insurance. I went in for a surgery and then got thrown off my insurance because I didn't tell them I had an ear surgery when I was 4 years old. Did the surgery have anything to do with my head or my ears? No. It was for an endometrial problem for cysts in my ovaries, but did it have anything to do with it? Nope. You know what? The insurance company didn't pay because I had a pre-existing condition. I didn't tell them about a surgery from when I was 4 because I didn't remember the fucking thing. But they went back because they didn't want to pay it. So, yeah, those were not great times. You may think you have insurance, but then you forget something from your childhood and they just pull it out of their ass and kick you off.
Shannon, even if you're 4, there is such a thing as personal responsibility. And, being accountable for your actions.
You're right.
So
I definitely should have kept a notebook of everything that happened to me medically since I was born.
it would have been written in crayon, but it would have been a record.
And hopefully Crayola crayons, not those cheap ass crayons. Damn it.
Oh yeah, it's got to be Crayola brand. Yeah,
That's
good,
right.
good stuff. So really quickly, Faith Talks has left us a message that I hope is about the current discussion. I have no transcript, so I have no idea. I'm going to play that, and then after that, we're going to hear from Sports Rumble. That's right. We'll hear more from Sports Rumble, who has a comment about the January 6th protests, which, as a supporter of Donald Trump, I'm interested in hearing what he has to say. Let's hear from Faith Talks.
You've got a lot of great valid points. Is there any chance that I could join you in this discussion? I would really enjoy it.
What a tease. Yes, Faith Talks. If you want to jump over to Twitter Spaces, twitter.com/NEWZ debate. Twitter Spaces is just like stereo, except you don't have an avatar, and you can't leave messages. You can jump over on Twitter Spaces. I'm sure you have a Twitter account. Everybody has a Twitter account. Let's be honest.
Hey, Lee, don't forget that the Twitter Spaces also don't work.
Sometimes they don't. You're right. I think stereo is a much more reliable social audio experience, unfortunately, than Twitter Spaces. But I still believe in Twitter Spaces because Twitter Spaces, while it does have more bugs, and that's now, like a year ago, Twitter Spaces worked better than it does now. Oddly enough, I absolutely think that's true. Twitter Spaces represents social audio on a platform that everybody has. Your vast majority of people have not left Twitter. I don't think there's data to support that. Threads and Blue Sky and all these other places, when you really count who's gone there, it's nobody. Twitter, it's the thing. So I will take a somewhat inferior, which is what it is now. It was not like this a year ago. I will take a somewhat inferior product that reaches more people, that generally works well enough. I'm really surprised at how much Twitter Spaces seems to be messing up lately, but you're right. You're not wrong, Apostate Nate. So thanks for kicking me in the nuts on that one. And then secondly, she's actually left over on stereo, so maybe she's like in between jumping. I do have a voice message and text message system, 323-250-0867, 323-250-0867. You can send text messages and leave voice messages during the show. I will read them and play them in real time. So that's available to anybody, but it works best to have the voice live interaction over on Twitter Spaces. So I invite you to go to twitter.com/NEWZ debate, twitter.com/news debate. In the meantime, I think she might be moving over there. Let's jump over and hear from Sports Rumble about the January 6th pardons for all of that nonsense.
I think he will pardon a decent number of the January 6th people. I think he may also question people on why people from January 5th were never questioned and never arrested. Like the tapes we have of people saying we need to storm the Capitol, who were then never arrested. I think all that is possible.
Oh boy, that's a real head scratcher. I feel like that's a documentary title rather than January 6th. It's called January 5th because it's about the lead up to January 6th. I don't know anything about that. So my guess is it's not real. You don't have a good track record. But if you can give me some more details, I have no idea what you're talking about. But okay, you and I agree. I think that Trump on the very first day could pardon a shit ton of January 6 people. And I think he has political capital to waste on that because of how poorly Biden has used his pardons and commutations. Thank you, Shannon, for reminding me that he did not pardon death row inmates. He commuted their sentences. Okay, so Reggie's going to join us, but Nate, your hand is still up. Is there something you wanted to add?
Hey, Diddley, if I can make a quick question for you on the Obamacare discussion, if that's okay. That's when I put my hand up. What do you think of that mandate to buy the health care be taxed? I see the logic behind it because you need the participants. But I also see that you're punishing your low income people who are going to pay a tax and maybe get nothing still. I don't get that, Lee.
So good question. This is the problem, I think, in many countries, but particularly in the United States, because we have so little government assistance that if you don't get it, you just don't get it. Where if you lived in Finland, the country that I use a lot because we used it on a previous show some time ago, they had this whole program in a specific Finnish city where they just gave every homeless person an apartment. And even in very expensive Finland, because there's so much socialism, they saved money by just housing homeless people. And I think that's a really, really valuable set of data points with that study. But in the US, where we have so little socialism, but yes, Medicare and Medicaid, that is socialism, everybody. And they're very popular programs. When you have so little, if you are just slightly above, but still not well off, you just don't get it. So when it comes to subsidies, certainly I assume there are people who made too much or whatever the situation was, and they didn't get as much of a subsidy or any subsidy, and that made it very difficult for them. But generally, I think it is true to say that subsidies for healthcare marketplace plans, at least in the beginning when the mandates were enforced, I think were pretty generous. I think a lot of people got them. So in such a situation, if that is what happened, I'm much more okay with the mandate. But even if it's not such a rosy outlook, I'm also still okay with the mandate because that's how it has to work. I don't think it's possible without that. And even with the mandates for Obamacare, you still could get cheap to mid to expensive plans. There was still difference in plans. So even without a subsidy, you could get at the beginning, before all these other things happened to where we are now, there were still choices that you could kind of figure out what your budget was. So not only is the mandate necessary, I think the way it was handled makes it stomachable. Do you disagree?
I don't fully agree, Lee. I'd have a hard time saying that to somebody who was broke and paid a fine and got nothing for it. Yeah, I'd have a hard time explaining that
But
logic to them, I think.
I
I do
believe
see the merit in it.
wasn't the fine the same amount as just getting health insurance? So I think they were trying to tell you that even if it's hard, wouldn't you rather get something for the amount of money than pay a fine for the same amount of money?
I mean, tell that to the people who didn't have that $800 in the first place, Lee. That's a lot of money to a lot of people.
Well, I mean, I guess if you don't have it, it's easier to owe the government money, but I think they made the math very understandable. If you're paying the same amount or roughly the same amount as it costs to buy like a low level health insurance plan that still has no discrimination for previous existing conditions, blah, 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 blah. I think most people see the value in that deal, but I mean, it's not perfect. Is there a way to do it better in the US? I can't think of one other than single payer.
No, I don't know, Lee. I just got a hard time forcing people to buy stuff. Okay, that's my hang up.
I mean, you have to have car insurance. You have to.
You do, but when I get in a car, I'm endangering somebody else. If I don't get health insurance and I got heart disease, that's my problem.
No, it's not, because then when you go to the emergency room, they have to see you, and it costs a lot of money. It's not just your problem. That's the whole problem in the United States, is that making healthcare an individual problem is why our healthcare costs more than any other developed nation with the worst outcomes, right?
Correct. Because the people who don't have insurance and don't have money to pay for insurance, or pay for their care, that goes to the taxpayers to get the money to cover people who don't have health care. So you're paying for it either way, but forcing them to pay for it covered more people, including themselves, because you can't plan a heart attack. No one thinks that,
Yeah, Shannon, aren't
35
we
they're going to have a
around
heart
the
attack.
1 year anniversary of your heart attack? That wasn't planned, right? There was
We
no.
are.
Yeah.
We are. But I mean, did I plan at 29 to have liver, kidney, and pancreatic failure from a slip and fall at work that turned into blood clots and DVTs and all this other shit? No, absolutely not. Would I be absolutely decimated and dead right now if it wasn't for the ACA? Absolutely. But it's those things that people can't see that ahead. You can't see a car accident happening to you. You can't see, a slip and fall. You can't see just something so catastrophic that you can't wrap your head around. And then you're just forcing yourself to become, not only yourself to become bankrupt, but then putting it on other people to pay for you. Because the hospital will get their money one way or another, whether it's from the government or from you, but it's all coming from you.
Even private hospitals cannot turn you away when you go to the emergency room. They can make you wait, and
That's
you can
because
die
of
in
the
the
ACA,
emergency
though.
room, but they
Yep.
can't turn you away. Yeah.
Absolutely.
So, you're not wrong, Nate. It's like so many things in the United States, because we just can't have nice things. But I just can't imagine because Obamacare was a compromise, and that's the whole problem with Obama, is everything was a mother effing compromise. But for a compromise, because he didn't force his will on people, because he's no Donald Trump. God, I wish Obama. Can you imagine Obama if he acted like Donald Trump, just changed on a dime once he got in the White House, and just like took no shit from nobody? Man, what nice things we would have now. But since he didn't do that, since he's not really a liberal Democrat, we got what we got. And for a compromise, I can't imagine anything better. I mean, this really bent over backward to private insurance companies that make their money by denying people health care. And that made Republicans, it's not like they were happy about it, because they weren't happy about it. But I mean, they were not unhappy the way that they would have been unhappy with Medicare for all. Like, for everything that's happened with Obamacare, just imagine if we had actual public health care. Reggie, you have been waiting patiently. You've been with us, I think, the whole show, mostly the whole show. You would like to throw in. Great to have you, Reggie. What do you want to talk about?
Actually, I wanted to just touch on the healthcare thing before I went back to work. That yes, I am old enough to remember how it was before Obamacare, and my vision of it is skewed because of the fact that when it had initially launched, the place that I was working, for what I was making and what they wanted to charge for health insurance and what they were going to cover was not worth it for what I was making. Then I went to the whole Obama Affordable Care Act thing, and they wanted to charge me more than the place that I was working wanted to charge me. So I was like, well, what's the point of this? Like, this place is going to offer me nothing. This place wants to charge me even more. Like, what's the freaking point?
Well, that's because your employer is paying part of your health insurance back then.
Well,
your
Yeah, I'm
employer
saying
paid part of your so it wasn't the total cost was not more under Obamacare. It's just that you weren't getting the additional part put in from your employer.
Yeah, I mean, Obamacare, correct me if I'm wrong, and thanks for the perspective. I want to hear more from you, Reggie, but Obamacare was like an option for people who needed it. But if you already had a satisfactory or better deal from your employer, people did not just rush out to sign up for Obamacare. It was an option. It didn't negate pre-existing healthcare situations. It usually improved them because it made it so they can't discriminate against you in certain ways. So, okay,
when
it
you
didn't
say
work for
it
you.
was, when you say it was a better, like better is a subjective word in a sense.
Well,
Like you could
it's
say, well, it
better
was a
for
better
most
choice
people
for her.
because most people have
It's
some
better than
sort of
having nothing.
pre-existing
Yeah.
condition. Right? I mean, even if you get your
What?
health care
What
from
was that?
your employer, didn't certain things in Obamacare just affect all healthcare plans?
Yes.
I would not have known. At least I don't even remember at the time.
Yeah. I mean, it just sets standards. So these standards are met if you get it from your employer or if you get it off the healthcare marketplace. It just sets standards for healthcare services.
So under one thing that I've recently looked up and I would be all for is there was a proposal under the whole Medicare for all thing to 4% income tax over $29,000 to help pay for or to pay and replace premiums, deductibles, and co-payments, which I would be for because that's like even now for what I'm making, a 4% tax at the end of the year is half of what I'd be paying, you know, just for on the deductible alone throughout the year.
So what you're telling me is that you want to vote for Bernie Sanders.
He wants to take some things too far.
But he's the only serious candidate who wants Medicare for all.
I know, but you got to have more than just one thing that I agree with for me to want to vote for you.
Okay, well then you're going to pay more for healthcare, and you shouldn't complain.
I know. I'm saying it's a good idea, but you know, like I said, you got to have more than one thing on the plate.
So with the current situation, then what would you like to see done realistically by either the non-Bernie Democrats or the Republicans?
That's because this took as long as it did just to get off the ground to come up with something that you never really thought about. Like I could say, yeah, let's do this because if you did 4% income tax, like I would pay $2,800 a year. And if a bunch of people were paying $2,800 a year, we're talking 100 million people that made what I make or more. You wouldn't have to worry about shit. Sorry.
No, that's all right. It's not a big deal. Shit's a perfectly acceptable word. I've heard worse.
I've said worse in today's show.
Yeah. Shannon was shouting the N-word earlier in the show. I remember that. Ooh, that was a rough match.
I mean, I was saying the F word earlier, Lee. I haven't exactly helped your image, have I? It's a good thing I'm a patron.
News Debate used to be a kids show. I feel like we've much like Bill Cosby, we've lost that designation. Reggie, what you're basically describing is like the socialized healthcare that every other nation has. It's just part of your taxes, and everybody, for the most part, pays it unless you're unemployed or you make a ridiculously low amount. You're just describing what exists everywhere else.
But most other nations are also, from what I'm reading, like some of them take 30% of a person's paycheck for their health care. And it's like, if we're going to keep the rest of the stuff in America the same, except for that, we can't be doing that.
No, they don't. It's not 30% just for their health care. They get other stuff like childcare, and you get your school paid for college. You get a lot more than just.
Yeah, I mean, I think the highest
taxes.
The highest percentage of taxes is like around 50-ish%, and it's like Scandinavian countries or something. But yeah, they get like free college and like crazy amounts of paid vacation and unemployment out the wazoo. Like you
And they
get
get
so
unlimited
much
sick
stuff.
time. If you're sick, don't come in type thing. Unlimited, not just like, you're we get what? If you're lucky, a week's vacation and 3 sick days.
Well, I mean, that depends on where you work.
Well, no, obviously. But I mean, if
you're
starting a job, if you're just starting a job, you're lucky to get a week's vacation and 3 sick days. But in the Scandinavian countries, you get a month's vacation and unlimited sick days. But all that's covered and if you have a child, whether you're a man or woman, you get parental leave paid full, not whatever we have. If you have a sick family member, you get paid to take care of your family member. They have much more than we do. It's not just healthcare. For that amount of taxes, it's not just healthcare.
And I think the amount of money you just mentioned, 30%, you just made up. So for instance, I asked ChatGPT, sometimes I'm not sure exactly what to ask it, but ChatGPT has gotten really good at understanding just generally what I'm trying to get to. So I'm sharing this over on twitch.tv/Newz Debate and rumble.com/user/NEWZ Debate. So in countries with the highest amount of taxes, what percentage of income is taxed specifically for national health care? And it gave me some examples. Number one is Sweden. 10 to 12% is dedicated to funding healthcare. That's a third of what you said, 30%. Now, high income earners, like I said earlier, we've talked about this on previous shows. You're not going to pay any more than about 50 or 60%. That's very high to an American, but that's like the highest tax bracket. Number two is Germany. That's not a Scandinavian country. In Germany, your employer pays 7% and you pay 7%. So that's a combined 14%. And then in Germany, their taxes are actually higher than I thought. Theirs go as high as 45%. So actually pretty close to Scandinavian countries. Denmark, okay. So that's like another Scandinavian country, right? 8 to 10% goes towards healthcare, and their total highest tax is 55%, like Sweden. Okay, Canada, that's a country we recognize more, right? 7 to 10% of income tax is related to healthcare, and they have anywhere from 20 to 55% taxes based on your tax bracket. The UK, 12%, and they pay anywhere from 20 to 45%. So what you said about 30%, I don't know where you got that, but completely wrong.
Well, so the 30% may have been for all-encompassing things, though.
Yeah, I think that's where he got it.
Yeah,
Finland
but
says
completely wrong.
Their personal income tax rate's around 57%. Denmark, 55.9.
This is what I just
and
told you, but those are
55.9.
full taxes.
Yeah.
You said specifically for healthcare, so you were as wrong as you could
That's what I'm
possibly
saying.
be.
I may have made a mistake about what it was for.
So now that you realize that it's much less than that, it seems more reasonable, right?
Yeah, that's like if that's what we're going to be taking out of a paycheck or being taxed at the end of the year, that's not near as much, obviously, than what I was under the impression it was.
And in these countries, everybody would have healthcare, so it's more efficient, it's more accessible. Is it as good? No. I mean, if you have money, America has the best healthcare. I've always said that. It's always the case. Rich people from Germany come to America if their kid has some rare cancer, right? I mean, this is what happens. But your average person,
Unless you need an organ, unless you need a transplant, then you're going somewhere else.
like Saudi Arabia or something, right? Like,
can't remember which country it is specifically,
Iran,
but they
China.
allow people to sell kidneys and
Yeah.
Like poor people sell their kidneys. So they go there. Yeah. If you want to transplant, the US isn't the best. I mean, we are the best in recoveries, but not the best if you want to get one.
Not the best in
yeah,
supply, but perhaps the best in everything else if you can pay for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what's the acceptable level for you, Reggie? It looks like it's somewhere between 7 and like around 12, but Germany is low at 7 because it's shared between your employer and the employee. I'm sure if you're unemployed, just the government picks that up, and you're obviously not paying taxes if you're unemployed in Germany. Um, but if we cross Germany off, because it's the only example where there's a split, everything else is somewhere between 8 to 12%. Is that good enough for you? Is that too high? Does that seem reasonable?
Would that be weekly or would that be at the end of the year?
This is of your total taxes.
Okay. I mean, I would say anywhere between really, I'll even give you a margin 5 to 10% at the end of the year.
Yeah, that fits
Depending.
in this. None of these are as low as 5, but one of them was like
Yeah, I know, but I'm
8.
saying also based on like populations.
Yeah, I mean, none of these countries have a population approaching the United States, so you could imagine theoretically if everyone in the US pays 5%, you might have more purchasing power than everyone in Sweden paying 10 to 12%. Okay, I could see that.
But I think even in those countries, Lee, it's not like someone making 20,000 isn't paying 14%, and someone making $1 million isn't paying 14%. I think it's also ratioed. So if you're making $1 million, you're probably paying more
Well, the
in
way
taxes
you're not wrong,
than
but the way this
than
is describing things is that it gives
right.
a healthcare specific tax and it gives a range, and it
Yeah,
says usually
But I was
around. So like Canada, it says around
yeah,
7 to 10% is allocated to healthcare, but your total tax burden ranges from 20 to 50%, varying
right.
by
Yeah,
income and location. So yes, most countries have that range, but
right. Yeah.
still the range for healthcare from the 5 countries that it gave are mostly like around 7 to 12%. So I think that's still what you're paying, even if you're making $10 million a year specifically for healthcare.
Could be. I'd have to go more into that. But yeah, I know that's with like Bernie. Didn't he say something like, it would increase the amount you owe depending on how much you made? So like people over 500,000. I
Yeah,
don't
I mean,
remember what
I
it
think
actually when it
I
was, but
think most developed nations do some sort of, do you say progressive tax? Is that where you have
yeah.
different
That's what it
levels?
was.
Yeah.
Right. And I think that's, I mean, I don't know what the limit should be. Maybe, oops, sorry, that's my kitty. But yeah, it would be great to see what, we could do if we had that mindset.
So I know the answer is going to be probably much more varied than any of the countries we just discussed, because America has tens of millions of people who have no health care to people who have some of the best health care in the world. But I'm trying to figure out how do you compare 7 to 12% from these 5 countries to the United States. So in the United States, if you have insurance from your employer, your average annual premium is about 17% of your income. If you have family coverage, it's about 28% of your income. Wait, no, sorry. This is confusing. Sorry. I'm not sure how to read this, so I'll just skip the first part. So it says here percentage of income. Employees typically pay 6 to 10% of their income for premiums, depending on income level and coverage type. I'm not sure what the first part of this is saying, so we'll just skip that. So 6 to 10%. That is slightly less than about 7 to 12% that we saw in countries that have national health care. Now, if you go, that's from employer insurance. If you go to the individual market, including Obamacare, people pay. Oh, wow. If you receive a subsidy, you can't pay any more than 8.5% of your income under the Affordable Care Act. So that's if you fall into you get a subsidy. Without a subsidy, you consume 10 to 20% or more of your income. So if you don't have employer matched healthcare where they pay some part of it, you're paying 8.5% or less if you're poor. And if you're not poor enough, you're paying 10 to 20% or more. So 8.5% is on the low end of what we saw from countries with national health care. Definitely the low end, but within that range. And if you don't get a subsidy, it's way more than any of the 5 countries we read. Then those are just the premiums. So that's just what you pay for the plan having perfect health. That's just what you pay for the plan, okay? But then out of pocket, deductibles, copays, and other things. Depending on your use case, out of pocket costs can add 2 to 5% of additional income per year. So your total health insurance spending for most Americans is 8 to 16% of income on health insurance costs, which is the low end of national health care to clearly higher than any of the 5 countries that ChatGPT gave us. The highest was 12, if memory serves. It was definitely less than 16%. Lower income households often pay less due to subsidies. So that would be middle class and higher, maybe. And then finally, here it has a little food for thought. In the US, health insurance costs often exceed those in countries with tax-funded universal healthcare systems, where healthcare costs typically account for 10 to 15% of income and have no additional out-of-pocket spending. So in the US, you have to pay for healthcare, then you also have out-of-pocket costs. So once again, as Shannon has just tweeted, and Reggie says, thanks for the mic. I have to head back to work. Yeah, I really appreciate you joining us, Reggie, when you can. Shannon has tweeted the unfortunate news that we've read over and over again on the show, but we will read it now. The U.S. ranks last in healthcare compared with 9 other high-income countries. It's even more than 9, but when they do a study, they have to, pick a finite amount of countries. This from this year? I'm trying to find a date on this. Yeah, it's 2024, last year. Share this on Twitch and Rumble. The U.S. ranks as the worst performer among 10 developed nations in critical areas of healthcare, including preventing deaths, access, and guaranteeing quality treatment for everyone, regardless of gender, income, or geographic location. Based on the findings, people in the U.S. die the youngest and experience the most avoidable deaths, even though the country spends nearly twice as much on healthcare than any other nation in the study. What are the countries? Australia, Germany, Sweden, the UK, Switzerland, Netherlands, Canada, France, and New Zealand. Yep. So, yeah. So, yes, it was great to hear from Reggie. He can't join us anymore with his voice. Any thoughts, Nate or Shannon, with the unfortunate news?
We went up 1 from last year because we were 10.
I don't know about unfortunate news, Lee. I mean, to me, everything seems to be unfortunate news. If you had my year, if you don't know the year that I've had, DM me. I'll fill you in on all the gory details.
Sorry, compared to your year, what were the gory details referring to?
Oh, my wife left me in April. My brother he was about 6 hours away from acute renal failure death in September. My uncle died of chronic renal failure in October. In November, I found my cat of 18 years old dead. In December, I was scammed out of one cat, and the cat that I finally got, I had to take back to the shelter because it was patently unhealthy.
Oh, I was going to say some of these things
and the day
I
after
recognize.
Christmas, the day after.
No, sorry, continue.
Quick, just to add insult to injury to that whole list. The day after Christmas, my ex-wife called me to tell me that she's dating someone, which was really a nice way to ruin my Christmas vacation.
So you guys still have a relationship where she gives you those updates?
I mean, we co-parent 2 children, Lee. It's not going to be insulated completely.
But is that just because she's like, just so you know, this guy is going to be around the kids? I don't understand.
Oh, I don't mind that. I don't really know the full motivation. I guess that's part of it. I was just really confused as to the timing. I could have waited a week.
Well, certainly I don't disagree with that. Like, I just don't see the. So what's the?
I mean, it's just the timing. It's just the insult to injury.
No,
I
understand. I understand the timing, but what's the? Why does she need to inform you that she's dating someone? I don't see the reason for.
I would imagine because she just wants me to know that the kids have another figure in their life. I guess.
Yeah, it's
That's the only reason I can think of.
If you started dating someone, would you call her and tell her?
After that stunt, probably not. She can figure it out.
Fair enough. So some of these things I recognize, and that's the fun thing, even though it's not fun news, and that's the great thing about social audio and news debate with the voices that we have, the constant people who are joining me all the time. We learn a lot about each other. So I knew about the cat scam. Did you say that the cat that you got sent from like somewhere in the Middle East or something, I can't remember, that cat was unhealthy and you had to return it?
Yeah, the cat was unhealthy. I sat up at all night at an AVETS after the cat for 2 days didn't eat, drink, use its litter box, and started drooling blood. I opened its mouth and I saw a very, very red sore up in the gum area. The vet said that they thought it was a polyp or something else. They didn't know. They couldn't get a close look. And the rescue hosed me on social media. Boy, they acted like I was about to kill that thing.
Wait, I'm confused.
And that's not true. What happened is the vet came out and gave me such a bad report, particularly on the cat's teeth, and teeth are very important for a cat's survival, that I kind of looked at the vet and said, like, am I being inhumane if I take care of this animal? Like, what's the deal here? That somehow became twisted into I took the cat there and asked it to be shot, which isn't quite true, but there's life for you.
So you messaged the organization that you paid for this cat, and then they like tweeted your message and shamed you?
No, they didn't tweet my message. They just misunderstood it and summarized it poorly.
So you just like messaging them privately on social media?
Yeah, I reached out to them. That part's a long story, and it's really not relevant here. But yes, I did reach out. It was the vet's recommendation that I reach out to the rescue and see what can be done. And the rescue was apparently aghast at my behavior. There's more to it than that, Lee, but let's just say that it's a tragedy I don't wish to think about too much anymore.
Sure, understand, because that was on top of the other problems. So, all right, well, we're hoping for better times, better vibes. Friend of the show, Patreon supporter, better vibes for Apostate Nate in 2025. It's been this amount of days since you had to return a cat. Let's put that up somewhere in your house on a chalkboard.
Lee, I'm telling you, if I didn't have bad luck, I wouldn't have any.
Also, speaking of the Steelers, you called this. Although it happened a little bit before the playoffs, we were talking about how the Steelers coach has never had a non-winning seasons. So he's never had a losing season in his entire tenure with the Steelers. But his track record in the playoffs have not been great. They also were not great at the end of the regular season as well. So hey, you predicted that. In fact, you predicted it early. Look at that. Psychic.
Lee, I live in this city, my friend. I don't know a ton about the NFL, but I got a pulse on how Mike Tomlin's going to perform in December and January. Yes, sir, I do.
Oh, yeah. You're right about that. Okay. So we've been going 4 hours. Well, no, way more than 4 hours. Like 4.5 hours. Lost track of time. Sue's been on link. This is a fun show. This is not a show that I would have done on my own. We're talking about the promises of Trump, and it's been a very fun and fruitful show and a great discussion. Is there anything? Why don't we wind it down? But I think we've covered all the main promises, as Trump is going to be our president again later this month, followed closely thereafter by the Super Bowl. Hey guys, look at that. Do we have any predictions that anybody wants to make, or just summaries of their thoughts related to Trump coming into the White House? I guess mine would be, I really do think he's going to try to deport millions of people. I can't say I'm particularly against it, but I have to see how he does it. I think that really would, in hindsight, give my value judgment on how it happens. I do think there's a strong possibility he pardons a crap ton of January 6th people the first day. And I think he has the political capital to do that because of the mistakes that Biden just made in droves here with pardons and commutations. And yes, I don't think there'll be any progress with Greenland, as in acquiring it. He's going to scare the shit out of people in Greenland. There'll be no progress with acquiring Canada. And he's already destroyed Justin Trudeau's career. I can't imagine how, but I think that the strongest possibility is that something happens with Panama, specifically the canal, through some sort of economic pressure. I don't think we're going to land troops there, which, by the way, we're talking about, can Trump use the military for deportations? Technically, no, but it turns out probably he can through some exceptions. I mean, the first day Trump becomes president again, he could literally dispense American troops to Panama and engage in combat. That's his power. I don't think he will do that. That's absurd even for Trump. But for that reason and other economic blackmail we can do, I could imagine that by the end of Trump's term, we are in control of the Panama Canal again. So that's my summation.
I don't know. Other countries may have a problem with that because it's not just between the U.S. and America. It's just so you don't have to go around through the dangerous waters in the world around Antarctica to get to the other side of the world. So, I mean, it's going to affect a whole bunch of countries, not just us and Panama. But Panama does have a military to really fight us. They have a total of 28,000.
Yeah, I mean, we could force our will on them. I just think even
our Coast
that's
Guard could beat them,
heavy-handed.
but you know.
Yeah, that's a decent point.
Shannon, have you seen the mouse that roared starring Peter Sellers?
The what?
The Mouse That Roared. It's an old Peter Sellers comedy where Luxembourg decides that when you lose a war against America, they rebuild you and you get richer. So Luxembourg declares war on the United States, and they've got about a rowboat and 10 troops, and it's hilarious, as Peter Sellers always was.
That's awesome. It's true, you know. Just look at Japan and Germany. And Italy, for that matter. We helped rebuild them all.
Italy and Spain are the kind of ones that got away that people don't realize that they were kind of part of
Yeah,
it
they don't
as
remember
well.
Italy and Mussolini and all them.
Yeah. Spanish
They're
Civil
lucky if they
War.
remember Japan if you ask them World War II or the Axis of Evil.
I gotta tell you, for how racist America is supposed to be, the country we hate the least out of the two major Axis powers, the one that's not full of white people. Oddly enough, yeah.
Nintendo, Sega, Toshiba.
PlayStation.
The list goes on. The list goes on and on. Lee. Economics can weave peace.
Oh yeah, plus great food. Who'd rather eat German food than Japanese food? I mean, really. Let's be
My
honest.
father.
Well,
My father.
there's
Not
always
me.
one.
My father definitely.
There's always one. Yeah.
Yep.
So those are my
But he's a
thoughts.
silent generation, so he was actually alive during World War II.
That's a good point. Actually, the people who were alive during World War II may have different thoughts on who they prefer of Germany versus Japan. But for people post World War II, I think Japanese not being associated with Nazism, like that's just such a benefit. Not that we particularly hate Germany, like they're a strong ally of ours.
No,
Arguably,
I just
Germany
don't
is
like
the stronger
sauerkraut.
ally, but
I just don't like
Lee,
the food.
let's not forget the Japanese gave us the Bataan Death March. They had their evil too. They sure did.
No. I'm not basing this on evil. I'm basing it on perception. I'm just saying that I think if you asked people who were not alive, that's a good point. Shannon, thanks for that. Who were not alive during World War II, which country are you more interested in? Which country would you rather eat their food? Like Japan, I think is the clear. Or which country do you dislike the least? I think Japan. But during World War II, I mean, America has so much German heritage. A lot of it's been erased because Germany caused both world wars. We have much less Japanese heritage. So at the time, they had, what is it, Madison Square Garden before World War II. They had like a Nazi rally. We didn't have like the Emperor of Japan rallies the next weekend in Madison Square Garden, right? So at the time, we certainly probably had much more connection and sympathy for Germany than Japan. But I think since that time, it's kind of flipped. We're going in weird directions. Okay, so those are my Trump predictions.
Japanese internment camps, but we didn't have German internment camps.
I mean, if you tried to do German internment camps, that would be a significant size of the United States at that time.
Right. But we had Japanese internment camps. But I mean, there were Germans and Italians pulled in as well under the Sedition Act. They just weren't kept in the camps like the Japanese.
It was a little more specific rather than just everybody. Yeah.
Right.
Because that's what George Takei, his Takai Sulu.
Yeah, he was born in one, wasn't he?
Yeah, his family.
Takai, I think, is the pronunciation.
Ha 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 ha. He great voice. He has always been how would you say, an advocate for remembering that, and I think he wanted reparations and things like that. So that memory is still, I mean, he's getting up there, but he's alive still. He remembers that. Okay, for what it's worth, fun discussion. So those are my Trump promises, campaign things. Those are my predictions. Shannon or Nate, your summation, and then we'll end the show. Both of you, just whoever wants to go first.
I'm still a proud member of voting for leopards because they're going to eat our faces off. Yep. I'm gonna have a fun time in 2025. Because I think it's going to get really bad, and I'm being cynical because
I don't think you have to be cynical. I mean, like, can you imagine living in the United States when several million people are like afraid and hiding? Like, that's not the U.S. That's not ever been the U.S. in my lifetime.
Right.
I think that'll happen.
I do too.
Yeah.
But
it'll be like Underground Railroad stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. I think people got so used to how much Trump exaggerates and lies that they're not really ready for what he's actually going to implement. And I think it's going to be a shock to, if you are not white, male, straight, and have a family, and rich, you're going to be hurting. in some way.
Well, I would disagree about that, but I think that would be really surprising since he made such inroads with Latino voters. I think he got a majority of men or close to a majority of men. No, I think he got
Oh, he
like
did get a lot.
55% of Latino men and less of women, and he got maybe like around 45-ish% of Latinos overall, but that represents a huge increase of that demographic for a Republican president. So that'll be shocking. That's sort of like Ron territory. He always really, cries wolf about Trump, and certainly there's reasons to, but I think it's going to be a little bit more targeted than that. But okay, fair. Something I'd like to add that I did not talk about. Do you think he will give up power? Because this is his final term. I would say yes. Do you think he'll give up power at the end of this term?
I think he will, yeah. I don't know if he'll make it that long, but I think JD will see that he's the next one in line.
Oh, really? That's interesting. I think JD is more like a Kamala Harris. I don't think JD could win a primary.
I think he could beat DeSantis, or who else is one of their big stuff? Maybe not a Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi Gabbard has a bunch of good stuff going for her. Depends what she does in her, Republican stint as whatever she's going to be.
I would just love to see someone who switched sides become president, whether or not it's a Republican who becomes a Democrat or a Democrat who becomes a Republican like Tulsi Gabbard. That would be fascinating.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, but I don't think anyone will have the pull that Trump has now. Once he's gone,
yeah.
I don't see anyone that can fill his shoes.
Well, we got Eric and we got Don Trump Jr.
No, but I don't think they're taken in the same light as Trump.
No, they're not. No,
I don't think they could. Just because, everyone knows Trump from like The Apprentice or Home Alone or, TV stuff. And he gets away with his personality because he was a TV personality. And even the WWE, he did a big thing with Vince McMahon, where they fought each other. But
Shannon, it all comes full circle, doesn't it?
Circle.
What a circus!
Yeah.
What a circus this stupid planet is.
And Bill Cosby is in the audience drinking a Jello pudding pop. Yeah,
eating. They're frozen. You've never had a pudding pop? Oh God, Lee,
well, I mean,
you are
have
so
you
deprived.
been to a WWE event? It's pretty warm and sweaty. I mean, anybody out there?
No,
with
I've
some
been
sort
to a
of gelatin...
WWF event.
Oh, well, that's been a while.
I stopped watching after they went to WWE. I've been to WWF events, but I've never been to a WWE event. World Wildlife Federation, go. No.
Shannon, do you remember when The Undertaker fell through Mankind through that cage? It was like SummerSlam. It was one of those pay-per-views. That was one of the few events I attended. I was a big fan back in the day.
Oh, you were there. Wow.
Yeah, I was there for WrestleMania. Was it 2 at Madison Square Garden?
Wow.
When Hulk slammed Andre the Giant.
The funny thing is that Hulk Hogan is still there.
Dude,
like
did you see he got booed out of the Los Angeles? Did you see how bad he got booed the other night?
That's
because they were doing this because Netflix bought the Monday Raw, whatever. And Hogan came on. And most of the videos I saw cut how much they were booing. They cut when he stopped speaking until he slammed off stage. But then I saw it. It was a lot of boos. It was I remember back when there was real scripts for the stuff, and the Iron Sheik would come out and everyone would boo, and that's entirely what the audience sounded like. That's the first time I've heard that much.
Yeah,
there's little boos
except
and
that
yays,
Hulk
but
Hogan is supposed to be the good guy. He's not like a heel,
Yes,
right? He's not the...
well, no, he did go bad there for a while, but he came
okay.
in the scripts. Yeah, it was not always the good guy, but they flip sides all the time. I think that was when Randy Macho Man Savage and him were having the they turned him bad for a little while, and Randy good, and very weird. But yes, our whole life, our whole existence is all because of Vince McMahon and wrestling.
Yeah.
It all goes around in a
It's all
circle.
coming together. Okay, so you said Donald Trump, you think he will give up power, and you mentioned it'll sort of be like the death of what's that movie? Alexander the Great, when he died, like his empire split apart because there wasn't a clear successor. No one quite had the special sauce that he had. I buy that. I think there's no one quite like Donald Trump, at least now. Maybe someone will rise. Maybe they'll realize this is what it takes. And maybe you don't even have to. I think Donald Trump is naturally this way, or at least at a certain point through his life, because of his experiences, he became this way. But I don't think it's an act. I think this is who he is, at least for the last 20 years or longer. So maybe it's something that can be a choice.
No, I didn't mean that was an act. I just meant people know him from watching him on TV and stuff. I think he's truly like that in real life, and it's not just a TV personality, but
yeah,
that's who he is.
I guess I'm furthering it is that, like, you're right. If Eric or Don Jr. acted this way, it would not mean as much because we don't know them in the same way. But it may just be that you need someone to act this way, and eventually, cream rises to the top sort of a situation. So maybe it takes time to not only have the either natural or self-taught that becomes natural after a certain amount of time, Trump-like way that eventually, because you get covered, it turns into self-fulfilling prophecy. So whether or not it's natural or it's something that someone just picks up and they do it long enough, it becomes natural. If someone doesn't exist to take over from him after his second term, it may pop up after 5 or 10 years, because this might be a game changer. It might not be like Reagan was a leader and then it's not like after one or two Republican presidents, they also have someone who used to be like a radio or film star, whatever the hell Reagan was. That was kind of a one thing. Now you could argue Trump is a Hollywood star, but I don't think it's the same way, because Trump is so different than Reagan. In fact, we all often talk about Reagan Republicans versus MAGA Republicans. But I think that he has been so successful and so untouchable that I could imagine for the next 20 to 30 years, his style becomes the norm. And whether or not that's forced or they search out people who are like him, I'm not sure how it would be. But I think this will be a lasting change. I don't think we're going to go from a Trump to like a George Bush, playful idiot who's evil, but hey, look at him, or Mike Pence, who actually has very similar beliefs to Donald Trump, but knows how to govern and knows how to shake hands and not scare the shit out of our European allies. Or I'm not even sure how I would describe Ron DeSantis, but Trump might be a game changer. He might be a paradigm shift. So whether or not it's a family member that tries to emulate him or someone just completely out of nowhere.
I don't know, maybe like Joe Rogan.
Wow, that's an interesting. He did endorse Trump late in the game, but he endorsed Trump.
Right. And he's
Shannon, shut up. Don't give anybody any stupid ideas.
Well, I was trying to think of any star
Yeah,
or any pseudo star that could, that all the MAGA talk about, and it's always, Rogan. So that would be my guess. If they wanted to keep the MAGA train going, that would be because he has, his podcasts and all the other ones that I could think of are like way too old. Ventura,
well, Ventura was a
Crazy man.
Democrat, or was he an independent? He wasn't a
Jesse
Republican,
Ventura?
right?
No, he's Republican.
Oh, he was? Oh, I
Yeah.
really didn't know that. Oh, okay. I thought he was, because he was governor of, was it Minnesota? I'm surprised they would elect a Republican.
Yeah, I know he did the conspiracy show after that. No, I'm
Okay, no,
sorry. He was reflected as he was elected. We're both wrong. He was elected with the Reform Party.
oh, okay. So some sort of other thing. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's third party, for sure.
I'm going to go in another direction that I think is obvious, but in a different direction. The more I think about it, he's not necessarily Trump, but I think that his disregard for norms and fuck you attitude in its own way is Trump-like. I think Elon Musk might
I was
be.
going to say him, but unless they changed the Constitution, he wasn't born here.
Oh shit! Never mind. Fuck. Never mind. I didn't think about that. Shit. No, they won't change that. No. Forget that. But if he was born here, yeah, he would have been my pick. Damn it. No, I was.
Well,
wrong
I was going to say
about
Schwarzenegger too, because he won the California governorship, and but he wasn't born here either. So
that. Yeah.
I don't know
I
any
think
other.
he could have been president if he had just been born here. He absolutely was liberal, like socially, but conservative in other ways.
Fiscally,
Yeah, and I think it was the perfect mix. Absolutely, I think he could have been president. Yeah. Man, no, thank you for correcting me on
now
Elon
I've got
Musk.
to think of me, don't I?
I was like, oh no, why are we not thinking about Elon Musk? It's this candidate that's so obvious. It's like, no, he's from South Africa. Okay. Let's finish up with Apostate Nate. Your final thoughts on Trump, and finish up your final thought on, will he give up power at the end of his term?
Lee, this is these past 6 months or so the first time that I've really been anything close to a news junkie again, and I wouldn't even say I'm close to that now. But when I was a kid, I was definitely a news and politics junkie because my parents were. And so for a very long time, I followed the minutia of everything. And one thread that remains constant to me since I've been alive is that the ruling party, especially when they seem to have an overwhelming amount of power, handsomely fail at delivering on most of their promises. I think Trump is going to try his darndest. I think the results will be lacking. And I think he will relinquish power by then, because I think he'll be in terrible health in 4 more years. He won't be able to do it.
That's a good prediction. I think Trump's way healthier than Biden, in about any way you can imagine, aside from being fat. But 4 years from now, no, I mean, Biden is noticeably different from the beginning of his term to now. Okay. That is dangerous. I haven't given that thought until you've just mentioned that now. I've laughed at Democrats who talk about Trump's age, because that was never a problem with Biden until Biden was out. But yeah, he could.
Most presidents age a lot in office. Trump didn't age very much. Like,
that's fair.
You notice, like, Obama, you see, Obama, when he's elected, he looks really young. Then after his first term, he's starting to get the gray on the side. And by the time it's a stressful job, but not to Trump. So really good surgeons. I don't know, but
I think that's true. I think Trump, if we look just visually, less of a difference from the beginning to the end of the first term. Once again, I haven't thought about that till you just mentioned it, but I agree with you. But this second term, because it's been 4 years. He's been out of office for 4 years, so it's even more time if he had consecutive terms like Obama or Bush or Clinton. So, oh man, that's a good one. Okay. Let's see here. Over on stereo, we got another message. Let me take a look at it. Oh, hey, it's the electrician. Great. So we'll finish the show hearing from the electrician. And because Apostate Nate enjoys it so much for some reason, I'm going to play basically all of the Sports Rumble messages right at the end of the show. Once I end it all, I'll play the outro, and then I'll just play Sports Rumble's messages. But we'll hear from the electrician. We played all of your messages earlier about homeschool and everything. I enjoyed them. Let's hear from the electrician 2 messages. I'll say goodbye, and we'll play the long list of Sports Rumble messages.
Hey there, Lee News Debate, electrician. I'm on stereo. Hey, I just wanted to say, I read a thing the other day. I wanted to know if there's any validity to this. I think it was in Texas. They were building an abortion clinic years ago, a few years back. And this lady, this pro-life lady, this super right-wing, went and burned down the building while it was in the construction process. And their argument was, on her side, was that it wasn't an abortion clinic yet because no abortions had been performed there because it didn't even get to be opened yet. And the argument on the prosecution side that's against her for the arson of that building argued that no, once the idea came about and the blueprints were made, and as soon as they started building it, with the foundation and the for some reason I can't think of the word right now, but as soon as it was even thought of, as soon as it was just beginning to be created, it was an abortion clinic, just the concept of it.
That story is truly.
So I was just looking this up. I'm not sure if
I have it
found
on the
right
Guardian. If you want me
one.
to post it down below, I didn't know if you wanted to get into it, but
Oh,
yeah, she
yeah,
was
really
sentenced to 5 years.
Is this the 1999 case?
She was sentenced in 2023.
No. So that's a different case.
This happened in Wyoming. It was set to be Wyoming's only full-service abortion clinic, and when she set it fire, it set back the opening almost a year. She was sentenced to 5 years in prison and 3 years probation.
And they were saying that it's an abortion clinic because it was designed to be one, and she said it wasn't one, it was just a building.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. That's what I put in the description here.
I found one from Texas, but it was not those details. It was just in 1991, a woman burned down an abortion clinic. She could have been sentenced up to 20 years for burning the Wellspring Health Access Facility in Casper. She pleaded guilty to federal arson charge. It happened weeks before it was set to open. She admitted to breaking in, pouring gasoline, and lighting it on fire. I'm not seeing it about the debate of was it an actual abortion clinic.
I think I saw it in another article. I just pulled that one up. I thought because it wasn't a good
Whatever
news
it
source
is,
that I was
there's a
getting it from.
case in
Yeah.
2023 of a woman burning down an abortion clinic of some kind of Wyoming, and then there's one over on ChatGPT from 1999 in Texas. Oh, her name's Shannon. Look at that. Shannon Lowry. And she had previously been an abortion patient at the clinic. Wow, so she burned it down after using it. Oh, so this case from Texas was whether or not you could justify arson based on your religious belief or based on any belief systems. But yeah, I don't see anything about that. That's an interesting hypothetical. It sounds like a Law and Order case, where it's like, well, she burned down an abortion clinic, but it wasn't an abortion clinic because no abortions had ever been performed there. It was just all you can do is charge her with burning down a building. Well, it was designed to be an abortion clinic, so we're charging her with burning down abortion. Like, that's a really interesting legal situation. I can't find this story, but you have intrigued me nonetheless. And let's hear the final comments from the electrician, and then we'll say goodbye.
So with that story about the abortion clinic, I just thought it was funny that both sides contradicted each other, like themselves, like contradicted themselves, not each other, contradicted themselves, with the idea that the abortion clinic began at conception, and then it was an abortion clinic as soon as they started, and then the pro-life lady was like, "Oh, it wasn't an abortion clinic yet because there's no abortions have been performed there." So that's interesting, right? I just wonder if there's some validity to that story, if it's just something somebody put on for clickbait online that I read. Any ideas?
So this is actually a really, really good comedy routine where you say, "Oh yeah, a woman burned down an abortion clinic," and then she's like, "Well, she said it's not a clinic until it's opened," and then the other people were like, "No, it's a clinic at conception. I mean, at design." So you flip the words in their Freudian slip. That was actually a really good 1 and 2 voice message. I congratulate you on your comedic timing. We have not been able to find this story. Doesn't mean that it exists, but I think that it's a little too perfect. The sort of hidden message of abortion within the burning of an abortion clinic, and when does a clinic become an abortion clinic? Just like when does a zygote, I think is the term of like a young impregnated fertilized egg thing growing. When does fertilization become life? So great 1-2 punch there at the end. My gut tells me it's not a real story, but hey, who knows? Okay, it's News Debate. I'm going to shut down. Big thanks to Shannon for joining us on today's show, and big thanks to Apostate Nate for giving us the topic for this show. I never would have done this specific topic, but hey, we've done 5 hours on it. Big thanks to Reggie, who's joined us most of the show, and big thanks to the electrician. Always a pleasure to have you over on stereo. Feel free to join us sometime over on Twitter Spaces at twitter.com/NEWZ debate. It's a little bit easier. Now, in honor of Apostate Nate, I will end the show and then play, God, I don't know, 10 or more Sports Rumble
That's great.
messages.
This is like a second Christmas.
Yeah. Get set your faces to laugh. All right. Take care, everybody. If you have an idea on a specific show that you want to do, you can support me over on Patreon at the producer level. It's like the second or third tier where you get to pick a topic every month. But if you're a supporter on Patreon, I'm more than open to any suggestions. But you can really force it if you hit a certain Patreon level. And if you just like the show and have some ideas, tweet me, join the Discord server, go to bit.ly/NEWZ debates and say, "Hey, Lee, you should do this show." Big thanks to everybody. Have a great rest of your week. I'm not sure if I'll do a show this weekend after my month of content in December. I'll go back to probably 1 or 2 shows a week. I would love to do a show this weekend, so pay attention to my Twitter and my Discord for updates on that. Once again, twitter.com/NEWZ debates and bit.ly/news debate. What was that, Shannon?
You should definitely follow up this show with a second part on the 22nd to see if what he does on day 1. Give him, the whole full day of the 21st, because he gets signed in the afternoon of the 20th.
Great idea.
So give him the whole day of the 21st and do a show on the 22nd. And that's where we can follow this up one with.
A great idea. Boy, what a time to be alive. Jesus Christ. Oh, yeah. It's becoming real. Trump is going to be our president again. I feel like it might have been better just to do 8 years of Trump. It's sort of like what's better? Having cancer for like 8 years and not sure if you're going to survive, or having cancer for 4 years, it goes into remission for 4 years, and then cancer is back. It's not a perfect apples to apples comparison, but man, I kind of feel like, give me the cancer. Let me deal with it all in one long amount of time. Well, we'll see. Okay, take care, everybody, and let's hear from Sports Rumble on stereo.
He's a former Democrat, like Chelsea Gabbard, who don't consider themselves Republicans. They consider themselves independents at this point. So, yes, that's correct. And neither one of them can stand the Democratic Party the same way Trump can't stand the Democratic Party because of David Duke. So, yes, that's where we are now. Robert was just as unfaithful. Both Kennedy brothers had slept with Marilyn. This is a well-known fact. This happened during the Kennedy years in the White House when Robert was the lead attorney. So yes, we do know this, Lee. How you don't know this blows my mind. Actually, I've heard from people who have been around Trump. Trump looks very physically fit in person. So you can say about how many cheeseburgers he eats, the Cokes he drinks, and all this. The man is physically in shape. According to a lot of people I know who have been in the room with him. None of Project 2025 is quote unquote MAGA necessarily more than it is conservative values on a whole. It's just the conservative think tank, the way a New American Project was very conservative for its time. But it wasn't necessarily a Bush ideology. It just was conservatism. John McCain would have been considered a rhino. And I have a whole lot of respect for John McCain for serving this country. However, he would have been considered a rhino for the way in which he did things. But I also want to see him put his foot down and finally, because nobody's done this yet, create a national language of English. I don't want 3 different languages on everything when we get electronics and things of that nature. No, if you can't read English, you shouldn't be here. Learn to speak the language. There were multiple times with OJ. OJ had thrown, I believe it's his first wife, out of a limo, a moving limo. I believe Nicole was his third. He'd also beat up, I believe, the second. So there were multiple signs with OJ. There were not a lack of signs for OJ. Like, things were well known. OJ, to a certain degree, was Ray Rice before we had video of what was going on 24/7. He was essentially Ray Rice before Ray Rice was Ray Rice. Zelensky's gonna get essentially his nutsack cut off when Trump enters office, because Trump wants nothing to do with Zelensky. And he's going to essentially let Russia have his way with the Ukraine.
What's going on here, Bubba? How you doing here?
Yo, who's Trump?